Welcome everyone to this 2D farming Stardew Valley course. In this course, you'll be learning a variety of different topics that include player movement, state machines, auto tiling, implementing real-time in-game, saving and loading using complex dictionaries, Minecraft-like gaming user interface, some debugging skills, complex inventory systems, day-night cycle, and as a bonus, we'll be doing a scene transition. That was a handful. We'll be going through each topic in depth and going through the basics of each node used in every feature that we add to the game. By the end of this course, my goal is to give you the knowledge and resources you need to take this course above and beyond, to either continue working on it and creating your own game with it, or starting from scratch and creating whatever game that you want to make. I hope you enjoy this course, and if you do, go hit that sub button down below and check out my other videos, and I hope you guys have fun. Goodbye. All right, welcome back, everyone. This is part one of our Stardew Valley series. In today's episode, we have a few goals. First thing we're going to do is just start the project. So I'm going to create a new project, OpenGL ES 2.0. Let me just pick where I'm going to put it. I'm going to put it... Actually, whoops, desktop, where to go? Yes. Back. I think I should just be able to... Nope, that didn't work. Okay, I'll just put it in my downloads folder for now. And then I will call it Stardew. Let's call it Farming Project YT for YouTube. I will create folder, create and edit. And here we go. I'm going to go into my 2D scene, and I'm going to create a 2D scene right away. And we're just going to go right into creating the main menu for it. I'm going to save it to the main scene and drag this in. And what I want to do, the first thing I want to do before anything, this is really important, we're going to change the import settings. So we're going to preset 2D pixel and then re-import, obviously. And then we're also going to set as default for texture. So now whenever I import a new art into my game, it'll set it proper. It'll import it properly. Now I'm going to go to my project settings. I'm going to go to window, and I'm just going to half everything. So divided by 2. I'm also going to set this to 2 times that size, and that's 600. So the test width and test height, if you don't already know, is the actual width and height of the project I have. So this actual thing right here, as you can see. And the other stuff is the actual size of it. So the real size of the stuff that we put in, right? So if I do this, it'll pop out right there. Next thing we're going to do, we're going to delete the icon. And now I'm going to import our project art. So in the description, I have a lot of stuff. What I'm going to be using is the Sproutlands sprite pack. So this is the free one. There is a paid version. I encourage you to buy it. The artist for it is pretty cool. There's a lot of cool stuff they have. And yeah, so I'm just going to import it by dragging them in. I'm going to create a new folder, call it art. Drag both of this in. No, actually, let's delete that. I'm going to rename this to UI, and then I'm going to keep this as it's. Let's actually drag that out. Ooh, we can't do that. Okay, we'll leave it like that. That's fine. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to add a button, a normal button. And this is going to be our play button. And what we can do is we can go into objects. No, I lied. Okay, there's no separate objects, unfortunately, so we can't do that. Okay, next thing we're going to do is we're going to create a kinematic body, save it, and this is going to be our player. Oops. New folder, player. And next thing we're going to do, sorry about that, just tighten my mic, Next thing we're going to do is save it into the player folder. So here we have our player. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to create our world scene. So I'm going to name this to world, save it, and I'll save it in the main folder. And in here, I'm going to immediately add a Y-sort, and this is where our player is going to be. So I'll name it player. And then in this Y-sort, we're going to drag our player in. And there's nothing in our player yet. So what we're going to do is add a collision shape. That's the first thing. And then we want to actually give it a shape. We'll give it a little capsule. And then we'll add an animated sprite. And then in this animated sprite, we'll do new frame. We'll go into that frame. And then this will be idle. We'll add a new one. This will be run. And that is it. So let's go to our player and check out what we have. Ooh, not that one. Let me actually drag that in. And then I can delete that folder. Ooh, where did it go? There it is. Dragged it to the wrong folder. All right, player, character. So for our run, we're going to actually learn how to use animation player. So animation player on the bottom, there we go. I'm going to do new, I'm going to do idle. And in this one, it's very simple. In order to actually use animation player, what we're going to want to do is add a normal sprite. So sprite, and then I'm going to drag in the texture, this guy. So this is our texture that we're going to use for our player. We're going to go to animation, and H frame I'm going to set as 4 and 4. Oh, 4. There we go. So now we have our little guy here. And what we're going to do is we're going to key this frame. So that is our idle frame. Now we're going to do walk down, and then we're going to key all of these. So let's go zoom in a little bit, go to 0.2, go to frame 1, next, next, next. And we'll kind of separate it out a little bit. I'll do 0.6, and then we can kind of drag everything inwards a little bit. And so this is what our animation frame looks like for our walk down. And then we'll loop it by clicking this little guy. We'll add another one. It'll be walk up. And then we're going to do the same thing for this guy. Go to frame form number 4. Go outwards, click up, 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 and that's it. For this one, I'll do 0.4. I'm actually going to do the same thing for walk down. I'll set that to 0.4. Click it, 0.4, 0.1, 0.3. Awesome. Create a new one. Walk left, I believe. And then for here, we're going to go to frame 8. Key that, go to 0.1, go to frame 9, key. Awesome. Change the time to 0.4. Last thing I want to make a note of is I'm going to add a walk right. However, some animated sprite textures might not have a right or left. There might only be one of them. Right? The reason being is because it's the exact same thing, just on the other side, right? So what you can do later on is essentially, if I'm walking to the right, I can play the left walk, just mirror it, so that way we can flip our sprite, right? So this one will just have the walk right animation, which is fine. So we'll do walk right. There we go, 0.4. Awesome. Now we have a bunch of stuff. I don't want this, so I'm going to actually delete this. And now in our player, we're going to add a player script. And then we're going to remove all this. And when function ready, we're going to actually create a player node to do that. Player animation equals get. We can do the key animation player. player animation dot play idle. So we will play the idle animation every time we run the game. So now, if I run the game, play. We didn't actually make it work yet, so let's code that. Main menu, script, add it. We're just going to add it to the main folder. In our button, we'll rename it to play. We'll connect it to the script. So if it's pressed, we will get tree dot change scene to world. And now if we play it, play, there's our player. One thing I think I have to change is, let's change this back to that. Ooh, interesting. I think in order for this to take effect, ooh, I see what's going on. Okay, I want to change this to 2D aspect, keep, and then that is it. Now let's relaunch it. Okay, so that's why our game was kind of zoomed out a little bit. Let's center this a little bit, and we'll kind of make it bigger. Play. There's our player. Now let's go to our project settings and change this back to the same size. So it's 600. That's what I'm going to do. You can do whatever you want, but that's what I like. Play, and there's a player. Awesome. That is it for today. We have added a very simple player. In the next video, I'm just going to rename this. We'll actually make our player move. We'll animate it. We might actually learn states. I think for the sake of this series, we're going to be using states a lot in order to go through the whole farming system and that kind of thing. I think it's a very good concept to learn, especially if you're not majoring in coding stuff, because it is something good to learn and it's kind of common in many languages. So yeah, thanks for watching, guys. If you like the video, give it a thumbs up. I will continue with this series, but I also do plan on adding new videos that have different things. So I'll give kind of tips and tricks on things that I learned about Godot and those kind of things. So that'll be interesting to think of. I'm not too sure yet what I'm going to do exactly for that yet, because I still have to think of it. But if you guys want to see that, hit the subscribe button, like, and comment on the video. Thanks, guys. All right. Welcome back, everyone. This is part 2 of our little series here. In today's episode, it's going to be a little complicated, but I'm going to try to explain as much as I can. So let's just get started right away. First, we're going to open our player. First thing that I want to say is we're going to be using states today. So we're going to implement states, and I'm going to introduce that. We're going to do the very simple things, moving. So this entire video will be basically moving our character, which seems very easy, and it is, but we're going to be using states. So in order to do that, I have to delete all this. This is not, was in my reference, sorry. I was playing around with it, trying to figure it out earlier. So the first thing you're going to do is class name persistent state. So this is going to name the player. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to add a few variables. So we're going to create state, variable current state, variable velocity, and as always, this is just going to be vector2. So assuming you don't know how to move a player, that is fine. We'll get into that later as well. But the point of this video is to kind of help you understand how states work and how to use them. So that way later on in the series, we can implement different states. So for example, farming or whatever else you might want. So my goal is to kind of give you this project with an understanding of how to complete it later on, if you want, of course. And then we're going to have speed, and I'll make that 100. All right, next thing we're going to do is I'm going to be looking at a lot of my reference, by the way, because there is quite a bit to do. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to go into our full player folder and create a new folder, and I'll call this states. So that way we can have all these states in there. We're going to make a new script, call this idle. In here, we're going to duplicate it, call it run, duplicate it again. We're going to have another one called stage manager. And then we're going to have one more that's called state. All right, so the first thing we're going to do is go into our state manager. This one's going to be very easy. We're going to actually delete the extend, and we're going to have class name state manager. So if you don't know what class name is, this essentially creates a class. If you don't know what class is, essentially it's kind of creating our own extension of something. So for example, this is creating a kinematic body, which has a bunch of variables and functions inside them, right? So a class holds a bunch of functions and variables inside it. A class can hold, like I said, a bunch of variables and a bunch of functions. And essentially what we're going to do is we're going to have an idle. So I'm going to actually comment this out. We're going to have the idle state. So this is the idle state. I'll say state. And what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to go to the run state if I click something, obviously. So if I start running, then I go to the run state. And then if I stop running, I go to the idle state, right? So, etc. Right? And then we might have other states that we'll add on later on. But for now, we're going to have the idle and run state, right? So this is the kind of idea that we're going to have. So we're going to be in the idle state, which is going to be a class. And we're also going to have the run state, which is also going to be a class. So the stage manager is going to help us manage these other subclasses, essentially. So these are going to be subclasses of this main class, kind of, if that makes sense. So think kind of, you have a mom. So if you have parents, they manage the kids, right? So they have kids that they manage, and maybe your parents have other parents who manage them, for example. So this is the main parent, essentially. This is the player, and this player is going to be checking with the stage manager, which is our parent, I suppose, our mom, if we can go outside, for example, right? So going outside is a state. So I hope that helps explain classes a bit. I was a bit jumbled up on the words there, but hopefully you kind of understand. If you have any questions about class or states after the video, feel free to put them down below in the comments, and I'll try to explain them as best as I can. I've tried to simplify this as much as I can because I find the other examples out there, like the GD scripts, not GD scripts, sorry. The people who have Godot, I forget what their name is, but they have a channel, right? The GD something, GD class. They also have state machines, but if I find as an introduction, it's very complex and it's very hard to understand right away. So hopefully this kind of simplifies things. So in our class, in our state manager, the first thing I wanted to do is function initialize. In our initial lines, we're going to have like that. And then we're going to create these states. When you say states equals, little curly bracket here. So we're going to have a bunch of states. It's going to be, this is a dictionary, by the way, if you don't understand the format. And then in this idle state, we're going to have idle state, just like my reference here. And then here, it's not going to be comma, it's going to be that. And then we're going to copy this. And this is going to be our run state. So you might be wondering, oops, there we go, what these two are. So what these are also classes. These are our subclasses. So first thing we're going to have is obviously the states isn't declared, so we have to declare that. Variable states, there we go. And then we also have to go into our run and idle states and create those as well as classes. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this over to our idle. And what we're going to do is what we're going to do is actually extend state. No, not state manager. We're going to extend state. So that's going to be a different script here as well. And then class name, idle state. All right, next thing I want to do is we're going to copy this over, go to run, and then same thing. It's going to be run state. And then also we have to make this the state class. So we're going to open our state script, and then we're going to do class name state. Awesome. Oh, sorry. Just checking my reference here. We also have to actually extend node 2D. What's going on? Oh, it's E extends. There we go. Because we're going to need some functions from node 2D. All right, now everything kind of should work fine. If you find that if you find this error, what we can do, I think we have all the classes. So what I can do now is I can just go to my project, reload current project, and it'll just reload. Open up our player again, open up our states, and there should be no errors. So that error doesn't actually do anything. It's just sometimes when you create a class, your game has, your engine kind of struggles to find them sometimes, but that's okay. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to create a function called get state. So because this is our state manager, we're going to have a function in here that helps us find which state that we're trying to get, right? So for example, if you ask your dad, can I go outside? And your dad asks or says, go ask your mom would end up being the state manager. So your mom would be the one who says get state, and then we will return that state. So in here, what we're going to do is if state has state name, then we'll return states dot get state name. And then else here we'll print. We can do print error, no state, like this. We'll do no state, state name. It exists. So what this is doing is we're going to go through our states, right? The states here, it's a dictionary, and we're going to see if we have the state idle or run. Like if I called either of those two, if I called anything else like attack, it wouldn't work, right? So if it has it, then we're going to return it. We're going to get it and return it. If it doesn't, so if for example, if I want to attack, it'll print an error, right? Because we don't have it yet. We didn't create it. All right, next thing we're going to do in our state, we're going to have a few variables. We're going to have change state. We're going to have animation. We're also going to have persistent state. And then we're also going to have variable velocity equals 0. And then in here, we're going to create a function called setup. There we go. And then in our function, we're going to have 3 arguments that we're going to call. The first one is going to be called change state. Next one is animation. And then persistent state. There we go. And then what we're going to do is very simple. Self dot change state equals change state. And then I'm just going to copy this 3 times. And essentially what we're doing is setting the animation to the animation and the persistent state to the persistent state. So this is where we hold everything that we have. So this is where we hold all the variables. So we're going to have our animation player in here. We're going to have our state, the current state. We're also going to have the changed state function. All right, and then the next thing we're going to do is have the physics process. And we're going to do persistent state dot move and slide. So we're going to move and slide with the persistent state dot. I'm not sure why it's not autocorrect completing for me, but that's okay. And then vector 2 dot up. Okay, now let's play around with our idle state. So our idle state is going to have, you know what? Let's get started on our player GD. So now that we have the classes set up, all the other classes set up. We have our class run state, we have our idle state. We don't have any functions in them yet. We can't do anything inside these states. But what we're going to do is be able to go inside of those states. So the first thing we're going to do is in our player, we're going to function ready. And the first thing we're going to do is have stage manager, but we're going to do lowercase equals stage manager.new. So that way we have something to refer to for our stage manager. And then we're going to change state to idle. Nope, idle, like that. Can't be lower uppercase because in our stage manager we have idle lower state, right? All right, clear it up. Let me double check here. Ooh, stage manager. There we go. Let me do it like that. State manager. All right. Now that we have our state manager equal to our stage manager, we don't have change state class function yet, but we'll make that in a bit. Next thing I'm going to do is add our get input function. So in this function, as you can tell, is we're going to check if something is being clicked. So as you might already know how to do this, I'll just kind of rush through it. But we're going to say, is action just pressed, or not just pressed, we're going to do pressed. UI left. And then we're going to do, we're going to call move left. So we don't have the move left function yet, but we'll get that in a minute. So now what we're going to do is make one for each side. So we have UI right, we have up, and then we also have down. And we're going to go down here and say move down, we have move up, and we have moved right. All right, next thing we're going to do is we're going to want to call this function, get input, and we do that in our process function. So process delta get input, there it is. And then we're going to actually move our player, which we do by saying velocity equals move and slide velocity. There we go. And then one thing I'm going to add is just print our state so we know which state we're in. This is just for us. It's not for the computer. It's just so we can kind of keep track of what's happening. All right, and then there's two things that we have to do in our get input. We have to make sure that we're resetting our velocity to vector 2 every time. So that way we're not just completely adding to it. You'll kind of understand why we're doing this in a second. And then velocity equals velocity dot normalized times speed. So that way we can kind of estimate, or not estimate, but actually average down our velocity and have a proper speed. All right. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to actually create our change state because that error is getting a bit annoying. So let's add our change state function. And then in here, what we're going to do is if state not equals null, we will state dot queue_free. So essentially what we're going to be doing is I'll just add more and then you'll kind of understand why we're queuing free. So state equals state manager dot get state, and then we'll do new state name dot new, and then down there we'll do dot setup, which is a function that we have. Function ref, and then we'll do self dot change state. And then in there we'll have our animation player. We want to connect that. So we do animation player, and then we also do it on our self. And then last line we'll set, or no, two more lines, sorry. We're going to set our state name to state, where is it? This guy, new state name, and then we'll do state dot, nope, not state dot, we're going to add child now, add child dot, state. All right, what's going on here? Expected as member. Oh, there we go. Self. Okay, awesome. Our change state is working now. Obviously, we haven't moved left, whatever. None of that's working, but that's okay. So what's happening here is basically change state. So we have change state to idle, right? We're going to pass through idle, and in our state, we're going to create that state. Kind of, we're not creating it, but we are creating it. We have the .new, right? So we're creating our new state idle, which is this guy. And then we're going to set it up. So as you can remember, we have in our state, we have the setup function that we made, right? So we're setting our animation, our change state, and our persistent state. Go back to player. And so that gives us our animation player. It gives us the self. It gives us the actual player. And we're just setting the name to what state we're actually in. So which is idle in this case, right? So we have the idle state, and it's going to add child, and it's going to say idle, right? The reason why we're queuing free is because the state is because this is if we have something already, we want to destroy it, right? If there's a state that exists, we want to delete it. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to actually, before we do that, we want to add our functions for move. We're going to have move left. And then in here, what we're going to do is we're going to do state dot move left. And that is it, I believe. Yep. Okay. So what's happening? Okay, we'll do this for each one. So we're going to have, we'll do this. All right. So we're going to have move down, move up, and we're going to have move right. There we go. We're just going to copy paste that. All right. So now what's happening is we're going to, every time I click something, it's going to move left, for example. We're going to have move left. And then we're going to go into our current state, which exists, right? Which should be our child. And then we're going to check that state and see which one it is. Or not, we're not going to check it, but we're going to call this function move left, right? So in our idle state, we're going to have a few functions. The first one we're going to do is, obviously, we're going to want, what I'm going to do actually is I'm going to take all this and I'm just going to copy paste it. Because I'm going into this function from our player and calling it into the idle state, right? And in our idle state, we don't want to be moving in our idle state. So we're going to change the state by doing change state dot call function idle. No, run, because that's what we want to do. We want to run. And then in our change states, in all of this, we're going to actually just copy paste it. So no matter what side we're doing, we're going to always run. And then in our run, we're going to go into our run. And this is where we're going to actually run. So I'm going to just copy paste real quick what I have. So the get input is very similar, but this is for releasing. So essentially, if I'm moving left and then I release, I want to play the idle now, right? So ignore this kind of, unless you understand it. I'll explain it in a second. But yeah, let's add our physics process. And in here, we'll do get input. There we go. And then we'll have our function move left. And then in our move left, we're going to do persistent state dot velocity dot x minus equals move speed. No, we're just going to do 1, sorry. And then we're going to copy paste this. No, sorry, I'm going to do it like this. Paste it 3 times. So we have move right, and then we have move down, and then we also have move up. All right, and then so this is where we want to make sure our direction is proper. So for our move right, we're going to go plus, and then for our move down, we're doing our y-axis. Same thing for up, we're doing our y-axis, and for our down, we're doing plus. So in order to move down, we have to, oh no, sorry, this one, plus. There we go. All right, and now, that should work properly. Now let's test it. Let's see what happens. Awesome. Now we can move around. And as you can see on the bottom, because we're printing our state right here, we always have our state on the bottom being printed. So whenever I'm running, it says I'm running. And then whenever I stop running, it says idle. Another thing you can do is go into remote on the top left, go into world, player, kinematic body, and you can check the object that exists, right? So whenever I move, it creates the run object. And when I stop, it deletes it and creates the run object, right? That's what we're doing right here in the change state. So we're deleting it, we're Q3ing it, and then we're creating our new state, which is going to be the idle one, right? So let's kind of go over this one more time. Hopefully, if you don't understand, that's okay. I'll just go over it one more time. Okay, so the first thing we're going to have is in our player. So I'm going to actually end the game. In our player, we initialize everything. We initialize the state with the state manager, velocity, and speed. So in here, the speed and velocity are how we move. Hopefully that makes sense already. In our ready function, we're going to initialize our stage manager class. So that way we have something to manage, right, or access. So here we have, and then in our stage manager, we have the idle, and then we have the run state, right? So now we can access these two states essentially, right, by also doing get state. And then going back to our player, we change state. So we change state to idle. So essentially, we're going to go into this function with idle. Is it not equal null, meaning is there something there? So is there a state that exists already? No. Okay, so we're going to continue because this is the ready function, meaning this is the first time we're running the game. So there's nothing there yet. All right, so we skip this. This doesn't happen the first time. So we go straight to here, straight to state manager. So we're going to set our state to stage manager.get state with new state name. So we're going to go to our stage manager, right, which is back in here, and we're going to run get state with our new state name, which is idle, right? So if it has idle, which it does, there it is, we're going to state.get the state name, which is idle, which is right there. So now we're setting our state. So if we go back to player, we have set our state right here to idle. So I'll go on the same line, set state to idle, or well, to new state name. That's technically what it's doing, right? And then it's created it, right? So .new, meaning it has now made a new one that's equal to it, right? Because we don't want to set it to it, we want to duplicate it essentially. And then in our state, so we have our state actual state right here, and we're going to .setup. So we're going to set it up by setting everything equal, right? The change state, the animation, etc., etc. So our new state, idle, because we created a new node for it, has all these variables in it, right? And then going back to our player, we're going to set the name as well. So the name of the actual node, right? So the name of this node is player, right? This, you could technically skip this, but it's just to kind of, keep track of things. And then we're going to add the child, right? So this is where we actually add the node that we're going to be using, the state, right? All right, so that's the ready function done. Hopefully you understand the idle state. And so that's how that works, right? So now what's happening, our state is currently equal to idle, right? Now if I click left, it's going to move left, and it's going to state move left. We're going to go into our state, right, which is idle. So if we go to our idle, this guy is called the idle state, right? And then we're going to call the move left function, right, from our player, from state.moveLeft, right? In our idle, we're going to do this. And then in here, we're going to go to change state and call the function run. So what that means is we're going to call this one. We're going to change it to the run state, right? So now we go into this state. So we've called this state, and we're going to now call this function instead. Not instead, but as like that's what's happening, kind of, right? And then in this, we've essentially gone back to our player and changed our state to run, right? So because I've called the run state, we have now changed the state to run. So, in our run, now we've called the move left. We're moving. Hopefully this makes sense. So we're moving. And then what this does, so now we've gotten to this part, this helps us change back to idle, right? So if I were to delete this, it would still work, right? However, there's a problem. Okay, sorry, to play. So there's a problem. So our player can still move. It seems to work properly. However, there's a problem. If I go into my player, you can see the run state, even though I'm idle. So I haven't done anything, or I'm moving, and then I stop, but I'm still running. The run state is still there. So if there was something I wanted to do in my idle state, I can no longer do it because I'm not in my idle state, even if I'm idle, right? So this has its ups and downs. So we're going to go back into our run and add that. So hopefully this makes sense. So we have the physics process. We're going to call the get input, and then in the get input, we're going to check if we're releasing something. So if I've released the left, we're going to call the idle state. If I've released the right, I'm going to release the idle state, or call the idle state, sorry. So hopefully this makes sense. The video was pretty much done 3 minutes ago, but I just wanted to re-explain everything. Hopefully everything makes sense with our states. A lot of people will have the actual states in our player, right? So instead of creating it, they have it in the player. That's what the other tutorials you might find have. And hopefully you can kind of understand why they do that. But yeah, hopefully this video made sense. It was a really long video, but I think this will be worth it later on when we have other things. It'll make my life a lot easier and make your life easier. Hopefully this made sense. If it didn't, please comment down below. I'll try to help as much as I can. And yeah, if you guys like the video, give it a thumbs up, subscribe, like, share with your friends. I really appreciate comments, so I take them to heart. So let me know what you guys think. All right, I'll see you guys next time. Welcome back, everyone. It's part three of our little series here. In today's episode, we are going to be doing Tilemap, and let's just get started right away. So I'm going to create a new node called Tilemap. I'm going to save it, create a new folder, say Tilemaps, save it in here. I'm going to save it as grass. And then, sorry about that. We're going to create a new tile set, and then we're going to go into cell and set everything to 16 because our tile set is 16 by 16. I'm going to drag in the grass. And actually, before we do that, I'm going to delete it again real quick. Unfortunately, this tile set does not have everything that Godot wants in order to create a proper tile set. I've edited it a little bit so that way it has most of the stuff. So I'm going to just drag it in, import it. So I've added a few things, as you can see. I'll see if I can put it in the description below for you to download, or you can kind of look at it right now and make it yourself. Either way, I'll explain how the auto tile works, and then hopefully in the future, when you have your own tiles, you can set them up yourself. Same thing for hill, like you can hopefully figure out how to do that on your own. But essentially what we're going to be doing is creating new auto tile. So hit new auto tile. When you create a new something, it'll automatically ask for the region right away. I'm going to select this and select all of it. And as you can see, the tiles are really big, which is a problem. So we're going to go into steps and turn it to 16 by 16, I believe. Yeah, 16 by 16. And then we're going to go down to the auto tile bit mask. We're going to turn that to 30 by 3. One other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to set the subtle size to 16 by 16. And that is it. I'm going to rename it to grass. And that should be it for our setup on the side. So this is all important because otherwise this auto tile won't work. But yeah, so bitmask is how we're going to actually set up the auto tile. And what this does essentially is, for example, if I cover the entire tile, it's going to check if the entire tile is being covered by things around it. So if there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 tiles around it, that means it's going to cover the inside with this, right? So the bit is being touched by another bit on the outside. So if there's bits here touching that inside, that means on all sides, right? On all 4 sides, that means it's going to cover this one with that inside, right? So this is how we're going to make this tile in the middle. Because, and this will work because in the other side, right, we have nothing touching this side. So that's how that'll work. And so essentially to set up a tile set, you kind of want to look at the tile map, and it's relatively simple. Essentially anything that's like on the inside is what you want to cover with the bit mask, right? So something like this would just be 1. This would be all of it. All of it here. And take that out. And you don't even have to understand where the tiles go, like art-wise. I'll be honest, I'm not an expert in art. I can kind of get by, but I'm not an expert. So unfortunately, I did have to make these ones. So there's a few tiles that the original one didn't have. So I had to make them to kind of make sure that it worked properly. It has most of the sides. So we're just going to cover the tile map like this. And essentially I'm covering anything that is grass and not corners. So this is what I have in the end. And this should work if I just go out, select our tile map, and now I just start drawing, and it'll automatically just set it itself, right? So let's erase all this because we don't want that. Let's go back into our tile set real quick. I'm going to go, so don't create, whenever you go back into it to edit, do not click new auto tile. This was my mistake. I used to do this when I started. You want to just click in the middle and it'll select the current auto tile that you have. So now let's go to icon and we're going to select this guy right here. And that is it. So our auto tile for grass is all set up. That was very quick. Hopefully you understand how that works. So I'll try to see if I can upload this tile set, this one, into maybe a GitHub repo and you can download it. So you can kind of see the difference. So this is the original one, and there's quite a few extra tiles. So I added these ones, these ones, these ones, these ones, etc. But we'll delete that for now. We're going to rename this as grass. Grass, there we go. Close it, and in my world, I'm going to go here. First thing I'm going to do, actually, I'm going to rename this to player. I'm going to add a camera 2D. So we're not going to set up the camera 2D too much, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to edit the zoom to make it 0.5, 0.5. I'm going to make it current, so that way it's actually following that camera. And then right above the Y sort, I'm going to add our grass. Right there, there we go. And now, before I do anything, I'm going to make sure that it's in 0, 0 for transform. And now, I can just draw. One cool thing that Godot has is it has this filler thing. So let's just connect it all, and bam. So it's pretty good in the sense that it allows us to kind of fill in things a lot quicker. There's another thing that we'll do later on to kind of make our lives easier here. But for now, this is fine. I'll kind of put patches here like that. So it kind of looks a bit varied. Now if we launch the game, play, we have movement and we have our grass tile. I'm going to edit a few things in our camera 2D. So one thing that's kind of important is in our limit, we want to make sure that we can't go outside of our grass tile. So to do that, we set the limit to left 0 and top 0. And then for the right and bottom, this would be on this side. So we can do, I will leave it unlimited, so that's fine. But now if I launch, I can no longer go outside this area, right? However, I can go this way. All right, next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go into my player and we're going to try to attach some of the animations now for our player. So in our run, whenever we move, so just to recap, last video we did states. So we have a bunch of states. We have idle state, etc. We have the idle state, we have the run state, and state manager, etc., etc. And remember, in our state, we have set the animation. And this animation is connected in our player. We've set it to the animation player. So what we can do now is in our run, we should be able to just do animation.play run. Actually, let me double check what I did. Walk left. Walk left. That would have errored. All right, so let's run it. And now, whenever I go to the left, it'll start running that animation. So now what we're going to do is just copy paste that in each one, but it's going to be the way that we're walking. So walk down and then walk right. So now if I launch it, I can walk around. And now I'm walking. Awesome. The only thing is, obviously, it kind of keeps playing in some of them, right? We'll fix that in a later video, but for now, this is good. We have a bit of simple animation. We've added a tile set. And yeah, next video, I'm not actually 100% sure what we're going to do yet. There's a lot to do in this series. I want to go over time. Godot has a built-in time system, which is really nice. We'll learn how to use that. So we'll kind of, because we're going to be doing plants and stuff, we're going to learn how to put the plants, how to use real time to edit it. We're going to probably do save system to do that as well. So we might actually introduce the save and loading system in one of the next two videos, because we're going to have to do that before the time thing, which will be a lot of fun. I'm really excited for that. So if you guys are looking to do that, subscribe, like the video, comment, share, all that good stuff. It really does help if you guys subscribe. I think if you subscribe, I kind of keep an eye on that, and each subscriber helps a lot, especially because right now my channel is still kind of growing. But yeah, if you guys like the video, or if there's anything you want to see in the future, let me know in the comments below, and I will try to help as much as I can. I'll see you guys next time. All right, welcome back, everyone. So part 4 of our farm game. Basically, in today's episode, we're going to be doing, we're going to add our save system and a few other things. So let's pop right into it. So we're going to create a global folder. And as you might be able to tell, this will contain all our global variables. And I'm going to create a script called this game. I'm going to go into global, duplicate it, and call this one utils. I'm going to go into game, and I'm just going to create one variable called, I don't know, current day. Or we'll do, yeah, current day equals, no, we're not going to make it equal to anything. We're just going to say current day. And then in our utils, I'm going to just move this to the top. We're going to delete all this. And what we're going to do is, let me just pull up my reference here. Here we go. I'm going to copy paste a few lines, so that way we can kind of get through this a bit quicker. If you want a full explanation of what I'm doing, I've done this before in my other series, from my Necromancer series. You can go check it out. It's called Save and Load. But I'll still explain what we're doing here. So essentially, what we're going to do is we have the get file function, and sorry, one sec. Let me just change these. All right, so what we have is the get file function. In this function, we're going to pass through a Boolean called isWrite. So if it's true, what we're going to, okay, so assume it's true for now, right? First thing we do is we create a new file, right, called save game. We're going to create a new password called password, save password, right? So that's our password right there, right? Next thing we're going to do is we're going to check if we're on Android or if we're on iOS. If we are, then we're going to change our password to the get unique ID. Yeah, and next thing we're going to do, now we check if isWrite is true. So if it is true, what we're going to do is write in the file. If it's false, we're going to read the file. So essentially this is save and this is load, right? So read versus write. Right? If the file we're trying to open doesn't exist, then we'll just return, so that way we don't get an error. Next thing we're going to do is, as you can see, we have an error here. What this is we have to auto-load our game, our global variable. So we're going to actually auto-load both of them. So we have game. We're also going to auto-load utils. I'm going to add both of them. And this should go away. If it doesn't, that's okay. You can kind of just reload the game, but I'm not going to do that right now. I'm also going to, oh, there it is. There it's gone. I'm just going to copy paste this. So now we have our load and save function. So what's happening here is we have the save, so create a file. We get the file, right? So we get this file. We're going to read it, and then we're going to get data, and we're going to create a dictionary. So you can have anything into a file, but we're going to load a dictionary into it, or not load, save a file into it, right? We're going to get our save game, which is our new file, and we're going to store that line, the data, right? So it's going to store each line as a JSON line. So it's going to get each line and store it, and then we're going to close that file. So this is a very important step. If you don't close it, it'll error, and it might not even work. And then load, same thing. We're going to get our save file as get file false because we're reading it this time. We're going to just check if it's empty, and if it is, we just return. And then while the end of our file has not been reached, that's what this means, end of file reached, we're going to keep loading. So current line parse JSON, we're going to get our first line of JSON right there, save game dot get line, and then we're going to load it. So we're going to get our game dot current day and then load it as the current line of current day, right? Which is this one right there. And then we're going to close that file, and that's it. So our save and load function is relatively simple. And we have current day. However, there is nothing in current day. So what we're going to want to do is we're going to actually want to give it a thing, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to get started on our UI. And generally when I do UI, I like to do on a canvas layer. There's many reasons for this, but basically it just helps us draw on top of whatever's there. So it's a good UI function. So I'm going to save this, and I'm going to, I already have it. So I'm going to put it in our player function, or folder, sorry. And then in here, I'm going to have a label. And this is going to be our day, our date label. I'm going to put it on the top right. And in here, I'm going to just have a built-in script. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the process function, and I'm going to do self.text equals os dot get date time. I think I have to convert it to a string. Yeah, there we go. And hopefully that works. Let's give it a try. That did not work because I don't have my UI yet. Okay, there we go. There's our UI. I'm going to move it to the left a bit. Let's try one more time. Okay, I'm going to move it way to the left. A little bit more. Awesome. We have like everything that we need. I'm actually going to just go into here. I'm going to auto wrap, and I'm going to center everything. All right, let's reload it. All right, there we go. So as you can see, we have the day, we have the DST, we have the hour, we have time, month, second, weekday, and we have the year, right? So there's a few things we could get. It depends on what you want, right? So because this is a dictionary, what we can do is we can do os.get datetime dot, no, is it like this? 0. Let me check. Nope, that is not how you do it. .1, let's try that. Nope, that is not how we access a dictionary. Let me just figure this out real quick. All right, so I've kind of figured it out. I was close. The only thing is in our dictionary, we didn't have, what I was doing before was I was kind of doing like that. However, in our dictionary, we have, so here's our dictionary on the bottom. I printed it out. We have day, DST, hour, minute, month, second, weekday, year. Those are the things that we can refer to, right? So I can do year, I can do day, I can do DST, I can do hour. However, I can't do a number like 0. That doesn't exist. So we're going to, what I've done here, by the way, is I've just put date as a variable. next thing I'm going to actually do is I'm going to do game dot current day equals date day. So now we set our current day to the current day, right? So now we can save that. In our date here, what we're going to do is we're going to print day, and then we're also going to print, no, I'll actually just copy paste that. We're going to print our, what's after day? Hour. Let's do hour. Actually, no, sorry. Let's do minute, and then we'll also do hour instead. So hour, and then in between here, we'll have this guy. And then we'll also have another string in the middle, or in the beginning, that will say time. Now, if we launch it, what we'll have is a timer that says time 10:50, which is true. You can't see on the bottom. Let me see if I can just hide my face real quick. We can't see the time. But on my computer, it is 10:51. And yeah, so you can print anything you want. This is how we kind of use get date time. There's the dictionary, and we can access anything inside that dictionary. OS has a lot of very cool functions inside of it. I very much recommend you check it out. Let me pull it up quick. So in the GD, documents, there's a bunch of very cool functions here that you can find. So for example, we have get date, right? That's one of them. There's get date time. This one will give us year, month, whatever, right? So there's a lot of cool things. It also explains what each one does. So there's a lot of really good stuff. So you can kind of go through it, and I would recommend you actually go through it and kind of take a look at some of them. There's a lot of really useful ones that you could actually use, like get date time, obviously. We're going to use that later on, but yeah, I'll leave that for now though. So, all right, next thing we're going to do is we're going to check if our save file works. So next thing I'm going to do actually is I'm going to add the UI to our world. So we have it there. So now if I launch our game, it should always, our time should follow us no matter how I move. And then I'm going to go into our player. Yeah, for now, I'll go into my player. I'll go into the player.ggd, and every time I input, I'll do utils.save. And then every time I load the main menu, function.ready, I'll do utils load game. And the first time we do it, it should error or not. Awesome. Nothing happened. We're going to go again. And then if I start moving, it should have saved the date. So now what we're going to do is we're going to print game dot, what is it called? Current date. So now it should have printed the time that I had before, which was 10:53. Oh no, just 10. It should just print 10 because I only saved the day. So that's not right. What's going on? Back to UI. Is equal to day. That's why I'm saving the day. Very funny. Okay, there we go. Current day. And the current day is 17, so that's right. And yeah. All right, so our save system is working. Later on, what we can do, instead of day, actually, we'll do current date. We'll go back to utils. We should change that everywhere. So every time you change a variable, though, in the globals, you are going to have to change it everywhere. So current date, hopefully now I don't get any errors. I'm going to get an error because current date doesn't exist. If you ever get this error, usually what I do is I just save and then load right again. And this is happening because you're introducing a new different variable in your dictionary. All right, there we go. So right now it's null because there's nothing saved. Let's move, and it should have saved our current date. Okay, it did not. It must be because I'm saving it as a dictionary. That's why. but that's okay. For now, all we know is that it works. So next video, we're going to look into farming an actual plant. So we'll use this variable to essentially help us plant something and then have it grow over time, right? So we'll get into that next video, I think. And I will see you guys then. Goodbye. Welcome back, everyone. This is part 5 of our little farm game. In today's episode, we're going to do quite a bit, so we're going to get right into it. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to add something called texture rect. And then we're going to just drag this and then pretend it doesn't exist. I'm going to rename it BG. Actually, I'm going to name it water. One thing to note is I had to edit one of the tiles. The water tile was one entire thing, but I separated it into 4 different ones. You can, again, this is going to be on my GitHub. So last video, I uploaded this project to my GitHub. So you can get everything, including the source files, the actual code on that GitHub. So if you don't want to do that, you can get all the art on its own and then copy along. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to go into here, actually. We'll do new resource. Then we're going to do animated texture. And then in here, we're going to call it water. And also, I'll just save it right there. So it'll pop up right there. In our frames, we're going to do 4 frames. It's going to pop up 4 frames. We're going to open each one. And super simple, we're just going to assign each one. So water 1, water 2, water 3, and water 4. And now you can see our animated sprite right there, or animated texture, I suppose. And then you can change a lot of stuff like pause, whatever, FPS. FPS, I'll keep it at 5. And now what we're going to do is go into our texture rect. And now we're just going to drag in our water. And as you can see, we have our water. However, it didn't expand, it's just 1, right? So to do that, or to change that, we're going to go to stretch mode. We're going to change it to tile. And then, expand off. And now what we can do is cover the back. So now we have our background as water. Now it kind of looks like we're on an island. Awesome. Now, when I play, I can still walk over it, which is fine for now. We'll kind of work on collision, but now it kind of looks like we're in a real world, right? So that's the background for the water. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to add a Y sort. I'm going to put this right above the UI, and this is going to be plants. I'm going to also add a script to the world. It's not going to be built in. I'm going to delete all this. I'm going to leave it like this for now. There's nothing to add. We're going to go to a new node. Let's add a 2D scene. This is going to be plant. I'm going to save it into, let's make a new folder and do plants. I'm going to save it. So now we have plants right there. And then in our node, we're going to add a sprite. We're going to add a timer. And then we're also going to add a script for it. All right, and then we're going to delete this. We're going to leave the ready function. And in our sprite, we're going to go to the tile set for our sprites. And we're going to find where is it? In objects, maybe. Yeah, there it is. It's in objects. We're going to take the basic plants. Yeah, that's it. We're going to take the basic plants. We're going to drag it to texture. We're going to go to animation. And the V frame is 2. And the H frame should be 6. There we go. So now we have our animated sprite right there. And if you see, we can change the frame to 1. Right now, we'll leave it at 0. So what we can do is we can now go into our plant. We're going to make 2 variables. One is going to be on ready var timer equals timer. And another one on ready variable plant equals sprite. So now, whoops, don't want to delete that. Now, whenever we are in our ready function, what we're going to do is timer start. We're not going to edit the time for now, but we're going to start the timer. And then we are going to connect the timer. All right, and then we're going to make one more variable called stage. And every time, nope, not every time, what we're going to do is now make a process function. And in here, we're going to match stage with the numbers. Plant dot frame equals 1. And so what we're going to do is, depending on the stage, I'm going to actually initialize it at 0. So the stage will automatically start at 0, and so the frame will become 1. Let me just change this to start as well. We'll set the frame to 1, and then what we'll do is copy this 4 times. So we have 2, 3, 4, 5. So our plant has 5 stages. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. And obviously, we have to do plus equals 1. However, this will keep going. So what we're going to do is, if stage is smaller than 6, then we'll keep adding to it. Or what we can do is smaller than or equal to 5. All right, next thing we're going to do is test it. So if we go into our world, we go into our plants. Where's it? Plants. I'm going to add it right there. And then if I launch the game, it should automatically start growing. 1, 2, 3, and 5. That is stage 5, so the plant is completely done. Now we're going to change it up a little bit. So this is a pretty simple way of adding plants. And we will kind of do something similar later on, but yeah, let's just get into it. So constant plant equals preload. No, it's not going to preload for me. I'm going to have to drag it in. So drag it in. There we go. So we have preloaded our plant. And now what we're going to do is, every time I click, so I'm going to do variable input event if event dot is action. We're going to, there is no click, so we're going to have to add that. We're going to go to input map, and then we're going to do spawn, and in our spawn, we're going to do click. So it's going to be mouse button. And we're going to do, yeah, we'll do left button. So is action spawn. Hold on. Spawn, it should autocorrect for me. Okay, I'll just type it in. Just have to make sure I did it right. Okay, it's capitalized, awesome. Now what we'll do is, we'll just pass to get the error out there. Now what we can do is plant, or make the plant. So plant dot initialize, right? No, instance, sorry. Instance, and then we're going to take this plant, and we're going to set the position equal to get global mouse position. And then we will plant 1 dot add child. However, I want to add it in the plants section. So we're going to do dot get plants. Okay, we'll do it this way. Plants. And then we'll add the child in that node. And that should work. Awesome. Now if we launch the game, it'll error because it hates me. What's going on? That one on base, invalid get index. What's going on? Plant instance, plant. What is happening here? Oh, I know. We did not do it properly. There we go. Head child, plant 1. That makes way more sense than what I wrote. So now every time I click, I add a child, and inside each node, it'll automatically start growing. So now we can add a bunch of plants, and there's no limit. We have a bunch of plants. And yeah, there we go. There's our farming game. So that's pretty much it. We've pretty much added plants that work. We have a little background in the back that works. Yeah, that's it for today's video. I did go a bit fast. Let me know if you guys think you want me to slow down and explain a bit more, or if you think this is a good speed. I'm trying to, obviously I want to grow the channel and I want to help you guys learn, but at the same time, I want to grow the channel. And to do that, I need to kind of get good watch time. And so if I'm going too slow, I'm sure some of you will skip, which is fine. I would do that too. So I want to try to find that good speed to go at. But yeah, let me know if you guys thought this was useful. Let me know if you learned anything. Subscribe, like, share, all that good stuff. I'll see you guys next time. Today's episode, we are going to be working a little bit more and deeper on our plans, and then we're also going to mess around with the collision a little bit. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to work on the collision. I'm going to show you how we're going to do that. And so to do that, we're going to go into our grass tile set, go to the tile set, make this a bit bigger, click it. And as you can see, it's might be a little different than when you have. I'm going to click it. And if you go into the collision, what you're going to want to do is, if we click the concave and you click something, click a corner or click a box, for example, that's fine. The snap option should pop up. I'm not 100% sure that'll pop up the first time if you don't do this, but if it does, perfect. If it doesn't, that's okay. And what we're going to do is we're going to set the step to 2 and 2. And so that's how you get this to look like this, because before it was 32 and 32, but I want it to be 2 and 2. So the reason being is I'm going to delete that, and then I'm going to go into here. So every time you want to edit a collision, you have to click the box. And the reason you're able to select the entire thing is because that is the selected tile. So the selected tile is clicking a tile and selecting it. And the snap option right there, that is the actual collision that we're going to be working with. So to do that, or to edit the collision, what we're going to want to do is use the concave. And to do that is to click a corner. It's a bit hard to click the corner sometimes, but you click the corner, and you kind of just draw out the collision. And so I'm going to draw how I want it to be. And then once you draw a full circle, it'll fill in, and then that's good. And we're just going to click out, and I'm going to do this one. So I'm going to try to rush through it a little bit. I'll just do a few just so you guys kind of understand. Oh, I got to select the concave one. How to do this on your own. I'll let you guys kind of do the rest later on your own, but I'm just going to do this circle so that way we have the basic collisions. For these ones, you can just make the box because that might work better or faster. Click the corner, up, all the way around. Awesome. Go up, make the box, put it in. Go here, concave. And this might be a bit of a hassle, but this allows for very specific collision in our actual game. And so this will allow us to kind of not, delete that, click it, there we go. This will allow us to not collide with the water. So I'll show you in a second. I'm gonna finish this one. Awesome. Okay, so as you can see, we've done the clean for these two. So now if I save it, go back to my world, what happened is now if I have a straight box, no, this won't work. I didn't do the collision for that one. But what happens is if I launch and it crashed. It completely crashed. Okay. The reason is because I'm trying to load something I haven't made yet. Yes. Okay. All right. I'll test it in a second. I just want to do something else that I want to add. So we'll keep the load function in. In our utils, we're going to create or not a util, sorry. In our game, we're going to create a new function called plot. And this is going to be a dictionary. There's two ways to do this. Either one, you just do it and it becomes a dictionary automatically, or you can specify that it's a dictionary. In this case, we'll say it's a dictionary. And to make this dictionary, what we're going to do is we're going to have 0, the semicolon, and right after we'll do, we'll actually have another dictionary inside of that. And then inside this dictionary, we're going to have time. We'll do 0, comma, and then we'll also have plot, or no, seed. Let's do seed first. So seed, and then time, and then we'll just set 0 for now. And then what we can do is just duplicate this and have 1. So now we have a dictionary plot. Inside our dictionary, we have 0 and 1, and inside those ones, so inside 0 contains another dictionary, seed and time, right, which have the values 0 and 0 right now. We don't want them to be 0 and 0, but we'll set them on later on. And so current date, we're actually going to delete it because we no longer need that. We're going to go into our utils. We're going to delete this, delete the current date, and I'm going to copy the utils. I'm going to say game.plot and save the plot. Now, if I go into my main menu, I'm going to save and then load. So make sure you don't load when you change variables, otherwise it'll error. So save and then load, so that way it resets it. Now load it again, and we're in, and nothing has changed. However, now we can test the collision. So if I go to the corner here, I should not be able to collide. I should not be able to exit our world. So now I can not leave, right? So we have pretty smooth collision as well on the top, so you can kind of see it's pretty smooth. And so that's how we're going to make the collision. So on your own time, you can complete the rest of the tile set. So I'm not going to do that on the video. I want you to do it on your own. I want you to figure out. If you need help, let me know, and I'll try to help you in the comments section below. If it seems that a lot of people really need help, I can make a separate video for that later on and kind of speed it up a little bit. But for now, I'm going to leave it like this, and I'll finish the rest later on. All right. Next thing we're going to do is in our plot of land. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to complete all this. And then this is going to be our little home. This is going to be our game. And so I'm going to go into our camera, and I'm going to set it to, I'll set it to 530 and 305. No, I'll do 320 as well. All right, there we go. So that way our camera no longer goes too far out. So this is our entire game essentially right here. And in our game, we're going to have a plot of land. So to do that, we're going to actually move our plants above our player, because before now I show on top of it, not behind it. There we go. Next thing we're going to do is we don't want to just spawn random plants. What we want to be able to do essentially is have a plot of dirt and click on it and spawn it on that dirt. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to Tilemap, or not Tilemap, sorry. We're going to open a new node. We're going to find our dirt. There it is. And we're going to drag this in. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go to scene on the top left, go to convert to tile set, and we are going to put it tile maps. I'm going to say dirt, and then just save. Oh, did it save it? Let me check. There it is. And now what we can actually do, I believe, is if I open this, nope, I'm going to have to make a new one. All right, and that's okay. So close this. We don't need it. Close UI. We don't need that either. What we'll do is actually just make we'll actually make it. So Tilemap. Tilemap. We'll say this is dirt, and then we can drag in the dirt trez. And now, if we go into it, there's absolutely nothing in there. So that is very strange. I'm not sure. Oh, okay, I see why. All right, instead, we'll delete this. That's okay. And then we'll make it from scratch again, sorry. Okay, so what I just tried to do did not work. Now I know. It has to be separate sprites. I've done this before in other videos, but I can do that way. All right, so let's make a new tile set, put in our tile dirt. You can do auto tile on your own time, but for now I'm going to do single tile, and I'm going to I have to change this to 16 by 16 first. New single tile, and now if I go into my dirt, I'm going to have to go into my cell, do 16 by 16, 16 by 16, and now I can make dirt. Awesome. I'm going to Tilemap. I'm going to save the dirt. I'm going to close it. Go into our world. We're going to go to our dirt, our grass. I'm going to put it right under. And now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put a few dirt. And now what we're going to do, or what I want to do essentially, is every time I click on that, I want it to average down onto our dirt. But this is the idea. So for now, I think that's going to end the video. But yeah, so on your own time, I want you to try to finish the grass collision. And I want you, before the next video, before you even watch the next video, if it's already up, try to think about how we're going to do this. One, think about the clicking on top of the dirt, right? So I want to essentially be able to click outside and not spawn something. If I click something inside, I do want to spawn it, right? So think about it. And then also another thing I want to be able to do is, if I am inside this dirt, how do I center it in the middle of the dirt, right? Because I can kind of put it anywhere and it just looks messy, right? So I want you to think about it. And if you can figure it out, good for you. If you can't, watch the next video, subscribe, like, and comment, and I will show you how to do that. All right, welcome back, everyone. It's part 7, I believe, of our series here. There's a lot of things I want to do. The first thing I want to change is right here. We're going to just change the numbers to the actual stage number, because that's how it should work. Now let's run it, and it should still work properly. Boom, boom, boom. All right, awesome. It still works. Next thing I'm going to do is, in our plant, I'm actually going to change the plant from change type. I'm going to go in here. I'm going to, we're not going to do anything here. We're going to change type to area 2D. And then I'm going to add a collision, of course, because that's what I need to do. And then I'm going to change this, extend to area 2D. There we go. So it doesn't error. And then in our collision, we're going to need to give it a collision box. We'll give it a little circle here. Awesome. And then we're going to create a new thing. Whoops. And this is going to be called dirt. So last video, we set up the tile map for the dirt. However, in this video, we're going to set up something a bit different for now, just so we kind of get used to it, I suppose. So we're going to have a area 2D collision, and then we're going to zoom in, and we're going to drag our dirt tile. I'm going to center it, put it in our area 2D, and I'm going to call this dirt. I'm going to save it in our, not tile map, I'm going to save it in here in our plants. Ooh, it already exists. I'll say plot of dirt. There we go. What is this? Oh, that's the, wait, dirt, wait. Okay, wait, plant, dirt. Okay, let's delete this. I don't know what that is. It's just duplicate, I suppose. I think I just did that. I'm actually kind of stupid. Plot of dirt, go into that, give it a collision shape. You will give it its little square. And in here, it's going to be very simple. Essentially, we're going to go into our world. We're going to add our plot of dirt anywhere. I'll turn on snap grid. And in our plot of dirt, we will go into the node. And okay, so here's an introduction to mouse play, I suppose. We have collision object 2D, and there's a bunch of things here. And we're going to do input event. and connect it to world for now, just to test. And what we can do is copy this over, copy paste it, and delete this. One more thing. So this is very important. You cannot skip this. In our water, you have to go into the mouse and ignore. The reason being because this is going to be in front of everything else, and I can no longer click anything. Like, it won't do anything for me. Okay, so let's try it. I can no longer spawn things unless it's on top of the plot of dirt. Awesome. So it must be on the plot of dirt. Obviously, I can still make a bunch, but that's okay. Now what I can do is I can go into my plot of dirt and add a script to it. And it's not going to be built in. It's just going to be plot of dirt. And we'll have a variable called as seed. And we'll say equals false. And then in our world, we'll go here, and then we'll do if get node. What we can do actually instead is we'll take this, we'll actually take all of this and delete it. We're going to disconnect this guy. We're going to go into our dirt, and we're going to copy paste it here. And we're going to put this above that. And then we'll say if self dot has seed. Actually, we don't have to do self, but it has seed. If it's equal to true, then we do it, which is wrong. We want to make sure it's false. And so once we've added it, we also want to do equals true, right? So now I can only add 1. Or I can add none for some reason. Let's see here. This might be a problem. Boom, boom, boom. Is action spawned? Okay, let's double check this is working by printing something. It is not. Okay, so there's a problem. If is action. Did we connect it is the question. Let's connect it in here. Do that. One more time. Let's try again. Okay, what's going on here? Attempt to add child. That's why. Okay. We will go back to our plot of dirt, go here, and we'll just add it. We're not gonna add it anywhere else. All right, it has been added. However, you just can't see it. If we go into our remote, go to plant, dirt, there it is. It's on plant. So what's happening is it's behind everything. So what we're gonna wanna do is go into our world, and what we're gonna do is duplicate this. And this will say, we'll rename this one to dirt. And then I'll rename this one to plants or seeds. And then in our dirt, I'm going to get node seeds. I'm gonna add the seeds in there. There we go. And I'm gonna delete this dirt. And now when I try one more time, it has crashed for some reason. Try one more time. All right, what's going on here? Something's going on. Keeps crashing on me. Let's try closing that. Dirt, dirt, dirt. Is it the load? Is that what's going on? Pass for now. Play. Okay, there we go. So now I can only add 1 seed at a time on top of this plot. So last thing I'm going to do for our plot of dirt is the position. We're not going to add it on top of our mouse anymore. What we're going to do is we're going to center it in the middle. So it's very simple. I'm going to do .self.position. So that should just center it. And we might want to play around with it. One more time, just make sure. Yeah, so it'll always add it on top there. I don't want that. I'm going to go to our sprite here, and I'm actually going to lower it a little bit by doing it like that. So now it'll add it a little lower. And you can kind of play around with it and decide where to put it. But for now, it works. Next thing we're going to do is in our script, in our game, I've changed our plot to something a bit different. So it was currently a dictionary. We're going to delete this. And what we're going to have is we're going to have dictionaries inside of an array, because you cannot add to a dictionary, but you can add to an array. So you can add a dictionary to an array. So what this means is we'll have an array. So we'll have this array with a dictionary, and then what this allows us to do is we can call this array and say plus equals dictionary, right? We add another one. And so each of these dictionaries will be a plant, a seed, right? So we're going to delete this and go back up here and make this an array. So now we have an array called plot inside with a bunch of dictionaries. And so we have to delete these, unfortunately. Hopefully this should work. There we go. And now each one of these refers to 0 and 1, right? However, now this allows us to add to it. So let's go back to our save and load. Let's save and load this. And I'm going to print game.plot. So now I have this plot, and I'm going to test this by adding to it. So I have to do this after I load. So game.plot plus equals an array, or no, sorry, not an array. We're going to add a dictionary, and inside this dictionary, it's going to be the same stuff. It'll be seed. I'll just copy paste it. So we'll take this back to the main menu, copy that. All right, one more time. What's happening here? Add array inside dictionary. Invalid array and dictionary and plus equals. What is happening? Okay, let's add one more. Let's try this. I see. Let's try this. This should work. Okay, so yeah, there we go. Okay, now let's copy paste that, see if that works. Awesome, there we go. Sorry. So we have to make the dictionary inside the array when we add it. So we have the array, and then we have the dictionary inside of it that we're going to add. So initially we have only two. We have a seed time, and we added a third one right there. So now every time I add a seed, I'm able to add to our dictionary of plot, right? So we'll kind of work with that next video, but that kind of sets it up for us to do properly. So that way we can save the plot of land that we have here. So our goal is to essentially save the state of it and then load it later on. So it grows really fast right now, but we'll slow it down next video and then save it and load it, etc. So I hope you guys learned something in this video. I will see you guys next time. Like and subscribe as always, and I will see you guys later. Okay, welcome back everyone. This should be part 8 of our tutorial. In today's episode, it might be a bit long and it might be a bit messy. I did not actually do this beforehand, so we're going to kind of figure it out together. It'll be fun. The first thing we're going to want to do, so our first goal, is in our game function. I'm going to close everything else. This is going to be our structure of our dictionary. Okay, so we have the seed, we have the time left, and we have the stage. So essentially, every time we plant something, so this is our plant, every time we plant it, we have the timer. We're going to ask for the stage, we're going to ask for the time left in the timer, and then we're going to save that in our dictionary. Okay, so to do that, what we're going to want to do is basically there's a few things we're going to want to open. We're going to have a FERT. We're going to open our dirt and our plant. So, not the dirt tile set, just the plot of dirt. There we go. So we have a plot of dirt, and basically when we add So at the moment, we only have one seed, which is fine. What I'll do, I'm going to close all this, open, what is this guy? It is called a plant. Okay, so I'll change this plant to corn. Change it to corn. I'm going to have to change in a few spots over here. Corn. Rename this to corn. I'm going to rename that to corn. Corn. There we go. Okay, and then every time I add this piece of corn to it, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into game. No, actually, you know what? I'm going to go into the corn, and whenever, here we go, variable. So we'll create a variable called plant number, plant num. And what this will do is it'll tell us the reference of which seed we're referring to. So let's say our plot currently is plot 0. That's how we refer to the first one. There's no plot 1 because we didn't add that yet, right? So we're going to want to add that. So we're going to take this, go into our plant, not our plant. Let's actually change this as well. Rename it to corn. Let's close it all. Go back to our corn. So every time I plant the corn, what I'm going to want to do is in our ready function, we're going to add that dictionary. So game.plot plus equals array of a dictionary, right? So we're adding this dictionary into our array. So the seed is going to be corn. The time left will be 10. Actually, what we'll do here is we'll do timer dot time left. Stage will be stage, right? This guy. And yeah, that's it. And now what we'll do, and so now what we've done is open the game file. We've added a dictionary to our array every time I add corn. So another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to print game.plot. And now I'm going to have to save and load the game because I'm going to delete all this because I've added a new variable into our dictionary. So let's try loading it. And we've saved and loaded it, so nothing's there. Let's reload it again. Now, if I plant something, it'll print out what we have. Let's go back, print out a few things, and now let's close it. Ooh, I actually might not have saved it, have I? Let's print game.plot. I don't think I did, so we're gonna have to actually do that. Down here, we will utils.save. We'll delete this print. And then launch it again. Oh, okay, I did save it. I don't know where, but I did save it. So now we have our dictionary here with a bunch of seeds that we planted. Okay, so there's a few things we still have to edit in our actual seed. The first thing we're going to want to do is update like what's happening here. So every time I add to the plot, I want to get our variable, plant num equals to game.plot.size. So what this will do is check the size of the plot that we have and make it equal to the plant num. So we're going to actually want to do this before, because what happens here is the size is not the exact same as the plant number. So let's say we have to, let's say in this one, we want to refer to the first one. This first one would be referred to as 0, right? Not 1. Because if we only had one seed in our dictionary, the size would be equal to 1, right? So if I have 0, if my dictionary is completely empty, it would say plant num is equal to 0 and then add 1. So now we can refer to plant num as 0, right? Okay, next thing we're going to do is in our process function, we're going to want to update the stage every time something happens. So actually, one thing we can do is we can update the stage in the timeout. So game.plot dot plant num dot, what do we want to refer to? The stage, which I think we do by doing this. Stage equals stage. Hopefully that is an error. Okay, now let's give it a try. And then actually, after that, we'll do utils dot save game. All right, let's give it another try. So I'm going to plant it, and it should save it. And then I'm going to wait for it to grow a little bit. Awesome. I'm going to close it. And now when I load, yeah, there we go. We have seed corn, stage 6, time left, 0. Now what we'll do is in our timer, we'll do wait time equals to 10. And in our process function, what we're going to do is do the same thing. However, we're going to do timer dot time left, and then in here, timer. Accidentally closed the files on the side. Okay, so essentially we're going to refer to the plant number that we just added. We're going to get the timer, right? Oh no, sorry, time left. And then we're going to make it equal to time left, right? So the reason we're doing this is because when I close our game, I want to be able to find that seed that I had before, right? Another thing we're going to do is 6. If we do reach 6, what we're actually going to do is game dot plot minus equals No, we're actually not going to worry about removing the array for now. We're just going to worry about loading it. Okay, so now what should happen is I'm going to add something. I'm going to wait like a few seconds because the timer is very long. It's 10 seconds now. So I'll actually wait until it grows one stage, and then I'll close it. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, I'm impatient. I'm going to close it. Now, if I load it, here we go. Time left 6 seconds. It was on stage 1. It was time left 6 seconds. So the reason why it's actually taking longer on the first one is because the first stage, yeah, the frame is already equal to 1. What you can do is actually just make the stage equal to 1 automatically, right? Yeah. Okay, let's do that. Okay, next thing we're going to want to do, in our world, now we want to be able to load that seed, right? So we have the seed, here it is, or the dictionary, with our seed or stage or time left. Now we want to be able to load that, if there is something in there. So what we'll actually do to reduce errors is I'm going to save and load. And then I'm actually going to now delete this. I want our plot to always be empty. Okay, so now we go back to our world. We go to our dirt container. We're going to make a script for it. Save. And in this script, what we're going to do is I'm actually going to go to our dirt. I'm going to copy this code. I'm going to go to dirt container, copy it over. And we're not going to worry about this just yet, but we'll use it in a second. So now we're going to add our ready function. And what we'll do is if game.plot.size is bigger than 0, we're going to want to add some things to our dirt, right? So we'll actually make this 1. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So now if our size is bigger than 0, which means we have something in there, what we're going to do is we're going to get child game dot, no, we're going to actually for loop for I in this thing. There we go. Now what we do is what we'll do is we'll print it. Okay, so what's happening here is we're checking for the size. If we have one seed, let's say we have one seed, that means 1 is greater than 0. So we're going to enter. And now we're going to for loop in our array, right? And for every seed that we have, or every plant that we have planted, we're going to essentially add a plant into our dirt plots here, right? So we have 6. So what we're going to do is we're going to get child, right? Because in order to get the proper child, we get child by counting down. So get child I would actually be, what we'll do to make this easier, we'll start counting from 0 actually. So I'm going to rename all these. I'm actually just going to duplicate. So now we have 7. So we start from 0 and go to 6, right? Because I will start at 0. So it'll go 0 and then 1. It won't go to 1, but it'll go to 0, right? So it'll start at 0, get child 0, which is dirt 0, and then we're going to add to it. So we can actually just copy this, and instead of get node, we'll get child, and then we'll add that plant in there. So we don't need, what we can do actually is we can add this just in case. And then we'll take that out. Okay, now let's check if this works. So if I load, nothing should happen because there's no seed. If I put it in, I'm going to wait a second. I'm going to close it. I'm going to load it. Oh, that's interesting. I must be saving and loading again. Yeah. Okay. One more time. I'm just going to close it right away. And we have our seed. There it is. Time left, 9 seconds. Let's go back. And boom, there it is. There's our 1 seed. Now let's see if it works with 2 seeds. Or 3 seeds, I suppose. Okay, so it didn't work. So let's go back to our dirt container and see what's going on here. Behind.child. What is happening? The position isn't right. Okay, so there's a few problems. The plant position is going to have to be equivalent to the get child position. That's one thing. Okay, let's try that actually. I think that was the only issue. Okay, what's going on here? Go to remote. Okay, so that one has one. That one does not. Okay, let's take this out. Oops. And try one more time. Oops, what's going on here? That one. Child. Let's try one more time. Okay, oh, I see what's happening. Okay, we're out of range now. Okay, let's save and load. Let's load again. Let's add 2. So we should. All right, I'm back. I just figured it out. It took me a little bit. Basically, a few things I've added and changed. Okay, so the position, we can take it out completely. Reason being because every time we add the child, it'll get that child and add it on that position. So the position, we don't have to change. It adds it onto it, on top of it, which is perfect. Next thing I'm doing is I'm actually duplicating the current array we have because I don't want to pop that one while I'm adding them. So I duplicate it and I for loop between it. Because if I'm popping it while I'm adding it, it causes problems. So I duplicate it here. I use that size to for loop through it. And then every time I add one, I'm going to pop the current one that I'm adding, right? So let's say I have an array of 1, 2, 3, right? And then my duplicate is 1, 2, 3. I'm going to, this is original. And down here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add 1. So I'm going to add this one. I'm going to remove this. And then I'm going to add this one, and I'm going to remove this. I'm going to add this one, and then I'm going to remove this. So now our original array, game.plot, is completely empty. And we've added all 3 of our plants. The reason being because every time we add a corn or a plant, it adds again to that plot, right? So it's adding to it. So that's why we're doing it that way. And another issue I came across was the plant number, right? So every time I was adding to it, what was happening was the plant num was essentially going forward. So what was happening is we had 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So here's our duplicate and here's our original. What was happening is I was adding 1, it would take that one and add it over here, and it would have it equal to number 4, right? Plant num would be equal to number 4. And another issue I had was instead of removing from the duplicate, what was happening was it would take this one, it would add the first one, and then it would pop this one. So it would take out 1 and then add it over here, right? And then it would take out this one, and then it would add it over here. So now what was happening is I would get an array of 1, 1, 1, right? So every plant we added ended up being 1, 1, 1. You can kind of test it yourself and see what was happening. But the reason why I changed it is so this, now I've added a new line of code that says plant num equals -1. So I've set the original plant number equal to -1. So this is an error. It's not technically supposed to be -1. So if it is -1, then we change it. This essentially is checking if we're adding a new seed to our array, right? It's not that we're loading it, it's that it's a new seed completely. It means we've loaded the game, and now we're playing the game, and we are now adding a new seed, right? So that's what this is checking for, right? But what's happening in our plot dirt container is if we set it to I, so anywhere from 0 to the size of our original array, so 3, for example, if we have 3 seeds, then that it'll set it to 1, 2, or 3, right? So now we have the proper reference for our array, if that makes sense. I'm not sure why this took me forever for the stage. So this is something I did off screen. I was supposed to help you guys do a bit. So let's take that out for now. So now we have the plant num. We can take out has seed. We don't need that. So this should work right here. So what we have right here should work. And we want to make sure that we save the game every time we add something. So I'm going to load the game. I have nothing in my array. I'm going to play, add 2, and I'm going to close it, play, and we have them saved right here. We have the time left, right? They're both different. Go back here, we play, and it adds it, right? However, we want this guy, right? We want to make sure that we set the stage equal to the saved stage that we have selected. I'm not sure why, but if you don't have int, if you're not converting it to an integer, I'm not sure why, but it errors. I suppose the stage number is not saved as a number, it's saved as something else. So you're gonna have to convert it into an integer, which is fine. And then for the time left, we're gonna do the same thing. Timer dot time left. I believe that is timer. And then we're gonna edit time left to the time left. I don't remember what I saved it as. I saved it as time left, this one. All right, so now we're setting the time left as well. So the timer.time left also changes, right? What we can do is that we can actually comment that out. I also had to comment out the plant.frame equals 1. I don't think it's necessary because we're matching it anyways. So you can take those both out. And this is what our ready function should now look like. Yeah, that's it. So now if I play the game, I printed it out. Here's our seeds. I play, and we get an error. Why is that? Because it's not an integer, it's a float. I believe that works. Okay, it's not a float. What is it? Let me take this out completely. Let's see. Okay. All right, let's comment this out. Let's comment that out completely. Let's play, and let's wait until it changes to stage number 2, and then we'll load and see that the stage works. 10 seconds is a long time if you're just sitting here. Means that's add one more for fun. Okay, this feels like it's not working for some reason. Let's take a look at the remote. Dirt container. Corn. Is it working? That's strange. Oh, I know why. Because the timer is not on auto start, so it never started. Haha. Okay, let's try one more time. Okay, so yeah, time was just 0. That makes sense. Let's. I'm going to test this while we wait for it to grow. I want to print out the time left. Okay, so it should be. Oh, that shouldn't have happened. Let's close that. Okay, so now you can see it saves the stage, right? So it loaded it in the proper stage. Okay, let's see. What is this? Printed it out. Want the timer dot time left. Let's go into the seed. Wait time, not time left. Okay. Go to world. Whoops. Wait time. Let's see what happens if I just try to do this. Actually, I'll try to convert it to a float first, just in case. Okay, still doesn't work. Let's see, timer. Wait time in seconds. Okay, what we can do, let's go to plot of dirt. Let's go here. What we'll do instead is we'll convert it to an int, and we're also going to round it. No error? Okay, awesome. Let's try loading it. Okay. All right, I'll figure this out later. We will do this next video. So we'll fix the wait time next video. And next video, we will also be adding UI to plant different seeds. This video was a bit messy, but things are getting a bit complicated, but I hope you learned something along with me. Next time I will prepare a bit more, but I hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you did, give it a thumbs up, subscribe, and like. I'll see you guys next time. All right, welcome back. This should be part 9 of our series here. Just a few quick fixes to add on to last video. I've kind of edited a few things. So one thing I'm doing is I've added a new variable called time into our corn. So this is called time. And what this is going to do essentially is it's going to take the timer and get the wait time and subtract 10 minus the time. So generally it would be 0. If you make a new one, it would still be 0. So then the wait time would be 10. But if, let's say we load something, we have a time, there's time left. We want to subtract that time left from the original amount of time that we have. Okay. So we're taking the time and making it equal to time left. I actually think it's just time, sorry. What we'll do though is check if time. No, actually, that's it. No. If time equals 0, then we'll not equal 0, then we'll do that. So now if I run it, am I missing anything else actually? I think there was one more line of code. Yeah, okay, sorry. So, we'll add that. Yeah. So another thing is we want to make sure that we get the child, the dirt, and make sure that we set the has seed equals to true. This was a little bug that existed in the last video. I didn't fix it because why not? But now the game is broken and I have no idea what's happening. Let's see. Oh, I see what's happening. Another thing I added is in our stage, if it's equal to stage 6, we'll queue free. Another thing I'm going to add, I'm going to do this right now, in our dirt container for our world, what we want to do is before we add it, we'll actually add that right here. Before we instance it, we're going to check if this plant has if it's equal to stage 3. So we'll do current plot I minus 1 stage if the int of our stage, we have to convert it to an integer, is smaller than 5, no, smaller than 6, then we will add it. Yeah. If it's not, we'll pass for now. Yeah, so if it's not, we'll pass. Okay, let's debug this together. What I like to do, this is actually a good debugging lesson. Generally, when I debug things, I like to print it to see what is happening. 606. Okay, so it should be working. That's strange. However, it is strange that it has printed it that many times. It has printed it 6 times when we only have 3 seeds, right? Open. Let's print the current plot.size. See how big it is. It is 3, so that's very strange that it is doing that 3 times. Okay, let's see. It should only have printed it 3 times. So there's 606 and then 162. I'm not sure why. We have 666 for stage. 666. Ah, I see. I remember now. It is because in our seed, we are printing something. Here we go. That number. We'll delete that. We'll go back to world. Play. Okay, we have size 3, and then should be doing 666. Okay. I'm not sure why it was erroring there. That's strange. Let's try one more time. If the integer of the current stage is, let's do not equal to 6, then we'll do this. We'll do that. Let's try that. Okay, that's very strange. Invalid get index 1. That is very strange. Am I ever? Okay, I'll figure this out later. For now, we'll delete this. However, this should work. So if we have our plants, it shouldn't plant anything. And we'll actually, what we'll do is we'll do this. We'll get parent dot has seed equals false. Actually, we'll do that before we queue free. And then play. All right, and now I should be able to add into it again. And if I close and play, it kind of works. It's a little buggy, but it still adds our seeds. All right, the seed adding, saving, and loading is a little buggy, but it still works. For now, what we'll do is we'll clear it. So save and load. We'll clear our entire thing. And now what we're going to want to do is we're going to go into our UI, and we're going to add our. We're going to create a new node actually, and it's going to be called. We're going to make let's make a 2D scene, and it'll be, no, actually, let's close that. And we'll make a panel first. And in our panel, what we'll have is a picture. And if you have the UI free inventory, you'll be able to drag and not this, that, I think this one, yeah. The bar, and then what we can do is transform it, be 2 and 2. I want it a little bit bigger. And I'm actually going to change it back to node, a 2D node. No, not do that. Should be able to. There we go. All right, there we go. So now we have a node. We'll do. We'll name this to select seed. We'll save it, and we'll save it in here. That's fine. And now, if I go into my UI, I can drag this in. And I will drag it right there. That's fine. All right, next thing we're going to do is we're going to essentially have a select seeds that we're going to be able to select. So in our inventory, what we can do is go to our select, inventory select. We're going to want to double that size. And now, as we can see, it kind of looks like we can select it. So let's lock that background and drag this up and move this so it kind of looks, never mind, we'll have to make sure the bar is in the back. And we'll actually turn off snap and we'll move it slightly in the middle. All right, and then if we duplicate this, we'll actually name this number 1. We'll duplicate it, that will be number 2. We can move this to the side. And that's kind of what it should look like. We'll have it, yeah, we'll have it like that. Let's see, actually. No, we'll move it a little to the left. Yeah, there we go. And then this one, we'll also move it to the left. Okay, so my goal is basically to not cover all of it. Yeah, so we'll move this one a bit to the left as well. One more pixel to the left, right? All right, we'll leave it there. Okay, so what we're going to be doing here in each of these sprites is we're going to add a seed. So let's go to our objects, we'll go to the seed, we'll add that in, and what we'll do is we'll go to animation, V frame is 2, H frame is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then frame is 0. And then we're going to duplicate this, put it in number 2, we're going to move it, and this one is going to be equal to 7, I believe. Nope, 6. Yeah, there we go. So now we have 2 different plants. We have the corn and, I don't know, apple, I guess. Is that apple? I don't know, maybe it's a tomato. Let me know in the comments what you think it is, tomato or apple, I don't know. One of the 2. But yeah, now we can select one of these 2 seeds to plant. What we're going to do is we're actually going to drag this out, and we're going to have the select be inside the basic plant. So this will be seed 1, and this will be seed 2. I'm going to put that to the bottom, and then I'm going to rename this to select, and we're going to make that invisible. And now we're also going to add, no, that is it. Yeah, that's it. We're going to add panel, and we're going to drag that in. No, actually, we're not going to add a panel. Ignore that. We'll work with this. So we're going to go into our select seed. We're going to add a script. And in our script, there's a few things we're going to add. First, we're going to have the variable selected equals 0. And then we're going to have a input function. So input event, and if event dot is action scroll, which doesn't exist, so we're going to have to add that. We're going to go to input map, and we're going to do action select shift up. So it should select up and then select down. We're going to add the action mouse button. It'll be wheel up and then wheel down for this one. Wheel down. So every time we select up, we're going to wheel up, and select down is wheel down, right? So if event action is pressed, what am I doing? Select up, should be uppercase like that. There we go. Just make sure it's spelled right. We're going to do selected plus equals 1. And then we'll duplicate this, and then we're going to check if we're going down. However, we're going to subtract, obviously. All right, next thing we're going to do is we're going to do a new function called hide all. And in this function, what it's going to do is get child selected dot get child dot hide get child 0 dot hide. However, this is only going to get the first one, so we're going to actually for loop through this. So we're going to do get for loop get child count. Oh, and yeah, sorry. For loop I and get child count. So it's going to get the child count that we have here, and it's going to go through each one. We're going to actually do, here's the problem. Yeah, okay. What we'll do is we'll actually find parent and then, yeah, okay, that should work. What we can do is go to visibility, go to show behind parent, and make sure this is checked up. Otherwise, it'll show in front of everything, and we don't want that. We're going to go back to select seed. It's going to get child count, subtract 1, which is the background, so we don't want to select that. We're going to get the child, the first child, I, which is go down to this one. Then we're going to get child 0, just the select. Then we're going to hide that. Then we're going to also have a function called show all. And then in here, it's going to do the same thing, except we're not going to for loop. We're just going to get the selected. It's actually not showing all, it's just show. Show select. We'll do that. Show select, and then it'll do the same thing, except only get the one selected. Right? So it'll get the child that we have selected and show this one. So if we have selected 0, it'll go down to this one, it'll go down to this one and show it. Right? And it'll make sure we hide this one. So let's go back here. And what we'll do is we'll go to function, process, and we're actually going to show the select every second. And every time I input, I'm going to hide all. All right, so now if I load this scene, whoop, I can't go down. I should be able to go up or not. Okay, so I wanted to try to test it without it to see if I could do that bug. But what's happening here is our select count is going too low or too high. So we need to make sure we limit that between 0 and 1, right? So we're going to do if selected is small, then get child count minus 2. Then we'll add 1. And then what we'll do here is if selected is bigger than or equal to 1, then we'll subtract. Right? Let me just double check with my code. This should work. We'll also do function ready dot hide all. There we go. And then we'll play it. Okay, very strange. That's actually no, but it's not working. Select up. Okay, let me double check. We'll debug it. We'll make sure we print something to see if it even works. Okay, so it does work. The only issue is showing, I believe. Okay, what we'll do is we'll actually just take this and put it into the process. We're not gonna bother. Okay, so selected should never become over. Okay, let's print the selected number. See what number we're at. 1, so it should be at 1. If we're showing, it should be, here we go. We're hiding it always, not showing it, that's why. Silly me. There we go. Now we can select one of the 2 seeds. And what we'll do is we're also going to go to our game, and we're going to make a variable in here that is selected. And this will be 0. And now what we'll do is go back into our select, and we'll replace selected with game.selected. Replace all. And now it should work the exact same. Oh, we'll delete that. It should work the exact same. However, the selected variable that we have is now global. So now what we can do, very simple, is go into our dirt, and we have to actually make a new corn or a new seed. So what we'll do is duplicate the corn, and we'll do tomato. I'm going to say it's a tomato. If you think otherwise, you can let me know in the comments, and maybe I'll change it. In here, I'm going to do tomato, and then we're going to duplicate the script to tomato. We're going to take that script, put it in here, go into the script, and for the frame, for the stage and frame, it's going to be different. It's going to be, okay, if we start at stage 1, we're going to be instead at stage 7. So we want to add 6. So we can do this. Fortunately, we're going to have to copy that for each one. And then for the seed, we'll do tomato. All right, now let's try, oh no, we didn't do anything yet. So in our plot of dirt, we'll copy paste this. Except for corn, we'll do tomato. And then in here, we're going to just tomato. Make sure you spell it right, otherwise it'll error. And now what we'll do is, if not has seed and is action spawn, if game, or no, what we can do actually is match game dot selected with 0 is going to be the plant, and then 1, or sorry, it's going to be the corn, and then 1 would be the tomato. So we can change it like that. And now it'll error because I don't have tomato without an O. So now that should work. So now I should be able to plant regularly. However, if I select the second one, it should plant the tomato instead. Awesome. Hopefully it grows. We'll wait until it grows and then we'll end the video. Awesome, there it is. It's growing. There's our tomato. So now we can select 2 different plants and plant them. So this is pretty cool. Unfortunately, this asset only has 2 plants, so I will only go and show you guys how to do 2 plants. But if you buy the advanced version of this, or if you have your own plants you want to draw or whatever, you can, code that yourself and add them. But I've shown you how. We've added the UI for it. It looks wonky, but this is how it looks. So if we launch, we have our UI on the bottom, and you can kind of size it to however you want. And so that's our select, which is pretty neat. So we can select only up to 2 because there's nothing else. And yeah, that's about it. I will think about what to do for next video. I'm thinking we do an inventory. I'm not 100% sure I want to do that just yet. But for now, this is pretty good. We have a pretty awesome working game where we can move around and we can plant things. And we can select different things to plant, and we can only plant whenever we plant it out. What I would like you to do, I'm going to give you homework, is I want you to now change the loading. So whenever we load our seeds, right, it's always, because we save a tomato, it's still going to load a corn, right? So for your homework, I want you to figure that out and load a tomato instead of corn. So I will do that next video, but I want you guys to try to figure that out in here. So it's in the dirt container. And I'll see you guys next time. All right, welcome back, everyone. This is part 10, I believe, of our series here. So let's get right into it. There's a few little bugs I want to fix. The first one being, originally we were adding the seed to the seed wise. So we're going to delete that for now. And what we're actually going to do is every time we add it here, in the input, right? It's in the dirt input. Instead of the seed, we're going to add it to ourself. So self.addChild, and then we'll do that same thing for here. And then there was another bug with the seed. So if I look it up, corn in here, the has seed was erroring, and so that's how we fixed that. Originally, if we added it and it finished growing and it got here, it wouldn't be able to get parent has seed equal false. Hopefully you noticed that and you fixed it. If not, that's okay. I did it right here. So in our dirt, you just change the add child to self. I believe there was one more thing. Let's test it and see what happens. So if we play, we can add. Ooh, what is going on? Why can't I add anything? Interesting. Dirt. Let's go back to main menu. Let's save and load. Play. Oh, interesting. The position is not right. What is going on there? I think I can just take those out actually. So stage, let's save and load again, just so we don't error. Okay, nice, we added it, it works. Let's add one more plant. Let's close it and then load it to make sure it still works. All right, there we go. We still have the 3 plants. One more thing that we have to do or change is, as you might have hopefully guessed and done already, we have to be able to match it just like this. So in our dirt, every time we loop in between our pot, we're going to check, or we're going to match the, not the stage, but the seed. And then we're going to match it with corn. We can put that in there. Hopefully that works. Yeah. And then we can take this, copy paste, and then we can add tomato. Let's make sure that I'm not writing it wrong though. So tomato, here we go. I want to make sure that we write it consistently. Correct, at least. Okay, awesome. And then we can go into our dirt, copy paste our tomato, put that into here. And then instead of corn here, we're going to be making tomato. Yeah, and we can just keep plant 1. The variable name doesn't actually matter. So now, when I play, I'm going to add a tomato, and this should work. Awesome, we have 2 tomatoes, because one of them I believe was saved as a tomato already. So if I add one more, test it one more time. Ooh, interesting, what is going on there? There's a little bug there, but that's okay. We'll ignore that for now. We'll keep going on what the original plan was. So the next thing we want to do is be able to harvest our actual plants. So in our, I'm going to close all this. I'm going to open our game script, and essentially what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a new array that's going to be similar to plot. It's going to be, what are we going to name it? Harvests. Yeah, we'll name it harvest. And it's going to contain almost the same thing as plot, but it's going to have different dictionaries, or it's going to have different things in its dictionary. So I'm actually going to take this, copy it, and in our world, when nope, you know what? Let's open up the corn. And in here, when we do body entered, yeah, let's do body entered. We'll connect that to our corn, and we'll do if body.name equals player. And just to double check, we want to go to our player and make sure that his name is player. And in our corn, we will basically add this dictionary to our array, except we're not adding to plot, we're adding to harvests. And then we're also going to change the actual values of the dictionary. So what are we going to want? First, we want name of it, which will be corn in this case. What else? We will want the number of them. So we'll do count, and we'll do, what else? And we can add a bunch of different things. Let's say one more thing we'll do is not edible, consumable. consumable. There we go. And so we'll make this one true. Change this one to 1. And then this one's corn. For the count, what we're going to want to do is essentially what we're going to want to do here is it's going to be a different structure to the plot. So in our harvest, we're going to want to essentially stack certain things onto other things, right? So let's say I've harvested 1 corn. I want to now add to a corn, right? I don't want to make a new dictionary with a new corn, right? So what we're going to do is here we can check if game.harvest has that already. So if game.harvests, I believe what we're going to do is we're going to actually do this together because this is an important process that you should get used to doing. So basically, okay, so my thought process, and this should be your thought process as well as you're coding and learning, is my question to Godot is, does Godot have a way to check if an array contains a certain dictionary, right? So what I'm doing, open this up again, is I'm going to go to the dictionary Godot and just search up Godot dictionary on YouTube, on Google, and it'll pop up the documentation for it. This is the latest one, so I'm going to go to here, and I'm going to check I'm going to scroll down to the methods, and what I can check is all the methods. And I see right here, it says has, so we can check if a dictionary has a certain thing. So we can use this. So now what we can do is go back here and use that. So if has, the way they used it is in game harvest. What we're checking for is if corn in game harvest. However, this might not work because as you can see, this is a dictionary, not an array. So this is an array and not a dictionary. So what we're going to have to do is for loop through it. So for loop through for loop I in game.harvests.size. And then we'll check each one. I believe that is how we do it. What we'll do is say print has corn. And we'll take this out. Then we'll do else print doesn't have corn. Okay, it's going to be a bit annoying to test. So actually what we'll do is we'll take the timer and we'll actually just change this to 1 and we'll try it. All right, there we go. Oh, this is really interesting. I think it might not be working. What is going on? Time, wait time. Oh, it is growing, just not at the right time I want it to. Time equals time. Time left, time left. I'm not sure why it's not changing actually the time, but either way, queued freed. Okay, what we'll do is actually take this out for now, the queue free, because we don't want to destroy it anymore. So go back here. Okay, here we go. Okay, well, we didn't get to test it, but either way, this should work. So I'm going to copy paste this again. And what we'll do is we're going to basically, so we looped through the array. We've checked if this harvest, if corn is inside of this harvest. And then if it does, what we're going to do is go back to our thing. We're going to go to our method, and I'm going to check if it has a get method. And wow, look at that, it does. So it has a get key. So it's very similar to the has, but it's going to get something for us because I don't know where it is. So we're going to do this at the game harvest dot I equals, actually we don't have to use the get method, but what we're going to do is game dot harvest I at the count plus equals 1. There we go. So essentially, what we're going to do, interesting, unassigned. Okay, what we'll do is take this out, and we can put it over here. Variable count equals game harvest count plus equals 1. Okay. Plus equals 1, and then we can do count. How about that? All right, how about that? Later to that. Oh my gosh, okay. All right, what we'll do is we'll actually just set it to 0, or set it to 1, sorry, for now. Okay, there we go. So we're going to add into our harvest, we're going to make it equal to 1. If it's not, what we'll do, so we're going to do else, then if it doesn't exist, we'll add to it. So we'll just do harvest plus equal, corn 1 and true. Okay, now let's test it one more time. So we're gonna time to tomato, and then we're gonna wait for it to grow. While I do that, I'm going to put this on the side for now. Yeah, I'll put this on the side for now. For the harvest, I'm wondering if I can do this. I very much doubt I can. Okay, maybe I can, who knows? Maybe that'll work. Let's try it together. Let's actually save it so it saves to the current game. All right, so it shouldn't disappear if I hit it, which it won't do anything, I guess. Let's see if it's even... Oh, it's gone. That's strange. Where'd it go? Corn GD. Interesting. Okay, let's... I need to print something to test it. Okay, this was my bad. I need to... let's print game.harvest in the end to see if we added it. You know what I just realized? I need to add the corn, not the tomato. I'm very silly. That's why the tomato wasn't growing. Okay, there we go. Player, and it did not add to anything. So there's a problem. If corn in harvest I, then we do this. If it's not, then we add to it, and then we print it, and there was nothing printed. So why is that? Let's see. Ooh, it might not have been going through it at all. Okay, let's save and load. Let's add 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go into it. Okay, I understand what's happening. Okay, so what's happening is the size is 0, right? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna actually make it equal to +1. You know, what we'll do is first we'll check. No, you know what? Okay, I keep going back and forth, but we'll just add the current corn to it. There we go. There we go. So now we have 1 in there at least. In fact, you know what? Let's change this to tomato. So now I don't have anything, except I'm going to want to save and load, and then do that. Add 1 corn. Going to hit it, and there we go. It added it. So we have our tomato, and we also have our corn. It added it in a weird way, but that's okay. Now let's try adding 1 more and see if it'll add to it instead of making it equal to 1. And it did not. That is very strange. Well, it kind of works. I think the problem actually is in our corn, we need to queue free after. Queue free, because it hit twice. That's why. Let's load. The array should be empty now because it's not saved anymore, or we're not saving that variable yet. So we take that. Okay, there we go. We added it. No. Take it. Take one more. And we added twice. I'm not sure why, but that's okay. We'll figure this out next time. Either way, we have a slightly working system where we can now add to our harvest. This is the beginning of our inventory. I want you to, another piece of homework I have for you is to try to figure out the bug for this. So at the moment, it's adding several pieces of corn, and I want you to figure out why. I can actually tell you why, and the reason is somewhere in here, in this line. Yeah, I'm going to end it here just because I want you to try to figure this out before the next video. If you guys liked the video, if you thought it was helpful, educational, please let me know. If you thought you don't like the format, that's okay. Comment down below, let me know what I can improve on, and I will do my best to do that. I will see you guys next time. All right, welcome back, everyone. Part 11 of our series. We're going to hop in right into solving our little corn issue. So I played around with it a little bit. As you can see, I printed out a lot of stuff. One of the issues we have, essentially, here's what we have working so far. We have a farm, and every time I click it, it kind of works. So I can add to the count. I actually changed the count, sorry. I don't think I did this on stream. So instead of doing the +1 here, or whatever was happening there, you just access the @I array, and then the count, and then you just add to it. So that's how we'll add to it. The break, we don't need that. Yeah, and so it kind of works, as you can see on the bottom. The first array, it finds this one, the corn, and it counts to it 3. But every time it still adds 1. Why is that? Well, I want you to pause and think about it. Why is it adding to it still? Well, the solution's right here. It's adding it because what's happening is it's looping through the array, right? It's looping through the array. Okay, so let's look at this one. We're going to loop through it. There's only 2, 1 and 2. So we're going to go for the first one. Is there a corn? Is the name equal to corn? No. So we're going to add to it, right? So we add to it. However, so that means we add to it the first time, right? So we added it. The second time we go through it, is this one equal to corn? No. So we add to it again. Boom. We go through the second one. Is this one equal to corn? Yes. So we count +1. So that's the problem. The problem is the else statement, essentially. We're checking for things that we shouldn't be checking for, essentially. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to create a variable called hasItem, and we'll say is equal to false. And so what we're going to do is, we're going to loop through it, through the array still. And what we'll do is, actually, we're not going to put it there. We're going to, if corn is in the name, then we'll say hasItem, hasItem equals true. Okay. And then, what is that? After that, we'll do if hasItem we'll put this right out before here. Okay, so we're going to have to move everything a little bit, but that's okay. All right, so we're going to check after we loop everything. So yeah, but I just messed up. But that's okay. So essentially what we're doing is, okay, I'm messing up the indentation a little bit, but essentially what we're doing is we're going to check if it has corn at all, right? And if it does, then we add to it. If it doesn't, what we can actually do is take this and then add to it. Here we go. No, we'll keep that there, actually, sorry. So in the, after the for loop, we're going to do another for loop. We're going to loop through it again. And then what we'll do is, is we'll check first. We'll say if hasItem, then we will loop for it and say if instead of if it's equal or in, we'll say if it's equal to this time. So yeah, there we go. Okay, so here's the logic. Sorry, that took me a second to like think out. So we're gonna check for player. If it is, that's good. That's what we want. We're gonna loop through the array. We're gonna find if the corn is inside that array, right? If it is, we say has item equals true. We don't have to set it to false because it's already to false. Right? We don't have to do an else statement. And then after this loop, we're still following the if it's a player. If it has an item, if the has item is true, right, then we'll loop through the thing again, and then we'll find which one is the array. So the reason why we couldn't do this before is because if we're checking if something is equal to corn, then it might error. Although I think that actually could work, so I just realized that could work. But either way, we'll do this for now. And if it does not exist, if the item it does not exist, we'll add to it instead. And then we'll queue free in the end. So we'll put that right there, and then we should be able to just take that out. And then let's try it. Let's see if it works. All right, so it added to it, and it added to it, and another. So I didn't have to wait for it to be finished because I never coded that in yet. There we go. There's our count. All right, so next thing we're going to do is in our body, what we're going to want to do is we're going to check if the stage is bigger than or equal to 5, right? Because we don't want to harvest it early. That doesn't make sense. So yeah, another thing we're going to do is we're actually going to remove the get parent equal has seed equal false, and we're going to actually take this. We're going to Control X, and we're going to put it down here with the Q free. And then we're also going to take all this, we're going to copy it to the tomato. Yeah, we're just going to copy it for now. So we're going to go to the corn. We're going to do body, no, not corn. We're going to have to open our tomato scene, do body entered, connect it, and just copy paste. But and then instead of corn, we'll do tomato. And then we just copy all this and paste it. And now if I launch, it'll error because this game hates me. Now I have to save and load. Let's play. Let's plant 2 different seeds. And now I shouldn't be able to harvest them early, but I can still harvest it. And it didn't print it because I don't think I printed it anymore, actually. Yeah, I didn't print it. That's okay, though. It's still there. It still works. And then I can plant another seed. And the corn goes a lot faster, which is fine. However, I cannot harvest early, right? So that is good. That's how it's supposed to work. Awesome. And that's it. That's how we harvest. One thing we can do to make sure we know how to, or we can have an indication of it, we'll get started on our inventory. So we'll name this inventory. We'll save it in our UI, put it right here. And in here, what we can do is go into our free inventory and go, you can kind of look through all the styles and drag out whatever you want. I think which one do I want to use? Let's use this one for now. I don't know. Let's just take a random one. And then we'll transform it and double it in size because I don't like how small it is. And I'll kind of center it a little bit, putting it right there. And I'll rename it to BG. I'm going to lock it. And then I'm not going to do anything complex right now. So I'm just going to add a label and built-in script. And then in here, I'm not going to delete everything. I'm actually just going to delete this. No, sorry about that. And in our process function, I'm going to go down here and I'm just going to say text.self. No, that's wrong. Self.text equals game.harvest. Harvests dot. This one will be tomatoes. So we'll do dot. No, not dot. Sorry. We're going to have to loop through it and find it. So we're going to have to use the same logic, actually. So Yeah, no, you know what? Let's assume we know that the harvest has tomatoes. So we'll do, yeah, no, we're gonna have to find it actually. We'll do if corn in, yeah, no, we're gonna actually loop through it. Okay, so we're gonna have to loop through it. For loop I in whatever, if corn in whatever, then we do equals count. That should work, hopefully. Our side, blah, blah, blah. And I never added the inventory, so that doesn't make sense. Of course it makes sense it wouldn't work. So we add our inventory. I'm going to center it by making it 0, 0. And then if I save it, it should pop up somewhere. Where's my label? Let me put it right there. Center. Let's type something in to make sure. If corn, there's no corn yet, so. Okay, what's going on here? I have to convert it, okay. Int. No, sorry, not int. I have to convert it to string. Yeah, there we go. Okay, let's try one more time. Okay, this one's a corn. This is a bit awkward because I shouldn't be doing that, but there we go. There's our corn. Count 2. So that's how we can count to 2, basically. Or not count to 2, that's not really what we're doing, but you get the idea. So that's the corn. And now we got 3 corn. And this can work with tomato as well. So now we know our count, our little inventory is kind of working. Last thing we'll do before we end the video is I'll actually add a close button. What I'll do is, I'm wondering, I wonder if there's an inventory with like close. All these inventories are a bit weird. All right, you know what? What we can do is we'll add a script, create an inventory, and then we'll do function input if event dot is action pressed. We'll go to auto load. No, not auto load. Sorry, input map. Inventory. We'll add it, and then we'll add the physical key E, just like Minecraft. And then we'll go into here. And then if it's inventory, then we're going to close this. So self.hide. What we can actually do is if self.hide, no, not hide, visible equals true, then we'll hide it, else self.show. So now I should be able to just click E, and this game hates me. I'll fix that bug in a bit, but for now I can click E and show and hide it. Awesome. All right, so now I can move around. I have nothing in my inventory, kind of. I have 1 corn. There we go. There's our little working inventory. All right. For homework, I want you guys to figure out the bug when. Oh, close this. Ooh, interesting. Oh, sorry. That's why. Okay, so basically what's happening is if my thing is full, and then I think if I close it again, why isn't it erroring anymore, actually? Okay, I think one thing I'll do is function ready self.hide, because that's getting a bit annoying. Let's try closing it. Okay, there we go. Here's our error. So I want you to figure out why this is happening. If you can figure this out, you get a thumbs up from me. And I will fix this next time, though. So if you can't figure it out, that's okay. We'll figure it out together next time. And I will see you guys next time. Goodbye. All right. All right, welcome back, everyone. In today's episode, we're going to be mostly bug fixing. So the problem that we had from last video is this thing, and it still persists. So we'll go through why this is happening, and then we'll go through two different ways to fix it. So the reason this is happening, as you might be able to tell, I'm printing out our dictionary in our main menu before we load. So essentially we have too many seeds. We have more seeds than dirt. It's trying to load those seeds in dirt that doesn't exist, right? So then it's erroring. There's a quick fix to this, which is to just check if there's enough dirt. And if there is, then load it, right? You can check if the dirt exists, like get child 0 exists, whatever, and then load it if it does. However, this isn't exactly efficient because the reason that is happening is because in our corn, we never take out the plot, right? So whenever we harvest a plant, we never actually took it out of our array, right? Which is kind of a problem. So I keep planting things, but it's still in my array. It never gets deleted until I load it, essentially. And it gets loaded here, and I pop, right? So that's the only time it ever gets deleted, essentially. However, we can't exactly delete things because what will happen is in our seeds, the way we set it up is it's going to save the plant number, the current array, in the array. And if I were to delete this one, for example, the first one, then this one becomes number 0. But then plant number, this seed still thinks that it's plant number 1, right? So then it'll edit the second one, right? The next one over, which we don't want that. So what we'll do instead, so there is a solution to fixing that. If you're a bit more smart than me and you don't want to take shortcuts, what you can do is edit it so in a way so that it goes into the dirt container and it'll check each dirt which number it is and essentially move each number down by 1. So it'll subtract 1 every time, depending on what number that we removed, etc. So we can check for that. You can check which number of in the array you removed, and then take all ones after that and subtract the plant number to 1. So the plant num, we can subtract it by 1. That's a way. Another way we can do it is instead, what we can do is go into our plot, and we'll go to stage, and what we can do, so the concept that I'm going to teach, I guess, is basically we're going to add a new variable that is called harvested. So if it's harvested, then we'll delete it. So we're not going to delete anything in our array until we close the game and load it again. Okay, so we'll add a new variable. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Called harvested. And this will be false, right? Because we didn't harvest it yet. And what we're going to do is, first of all, I have to double check that I do this everywhere. So I have to go to the tomato as well. Go to tomato. And we'll go in here and then add harvest. And then also we have to go to the game script. And okay, there's nothing there. But obviously, because I've added a new thing, I have to save and load just so all the arrays get deleted. Now, what we can do is go back to our corn. We'll go in here. And now that we have the harvested is false, what we can do is when we harvest it is make it true, right? So we have to find out where to put that. We can put that right here. The queue free. We do game.plot. We'll just copy this. Plot, but not stage. We're going to get harvested. Stage equals true. So we'll now set harvested equal to true. So we're going to have to actually do this in our tomato as well. There we go. And now, whenever we load in our world, we have to go to our dirt container. Now, before we do anything, before we load, what we're gonna want to do is we're gonna actually go into, before all this, we're gonna push it down a little bit. In fact, actually, you know what we can do? We can actually do this in the main menu. Let's do that instead. We go into here, we go for loop I in main.plot.size, and then we're going to do if I in, I just got a phone call. Let's see. Size for loop match. Okay, let's. What am I trying to do? Yeah, let's do this. Here we go. If I'm gonna end the game. We're gonna copy that part. We're gonna match the current plot with the harvested with true and false, right? And then if it's true, what we'll do is, we don't want to get the current plot. We want the game plot. If it's true, what we'll do is game.plot plot pop at. Forget the command. It's right here. Pop at I. That's the one that we want. And in main menu, go back, and then we pop at I. If it's not, then we just pass. If it's false, we just pass. Yeah. And this hopefully should work. So let's give it a try. No errors because there's nothing in our array. Now, if I add some things, I have to wait for it to grow. Let's take one, let's plant another, and plant 4 more. Now, if I close it and I play, I should have harvested true. Okay, so we have harvested true, but it's not, it's still there. So that's not right. False, false. Pop at I. That is interesting. Should I be popping at I -1 is the question. Okay, let's see what happens if I play. Okay. Interesting. I think I have to pop at I -1. Let's give that a try. Okay, it's gone. I think this is also a bug. We'll have to fix this in a minute. But yeah, so the harvested true, the one that we harvested, is gone. And now we no longer have that error. However, as you might be able to tell, is, oh yeah, the image is wrong. So we're going to have to fix that. Let's just double check that there's no error. Oop, what is this? Invalidate index. Let's do at I. Let's just see if that works. Okay. Harvested. Let's print our plot. It should be working. It's strange that it's not. We have a plot. It is empty, so why is it erroring? That's strange. At I, so 0, so there should be nothing. Now let's save it, or load it, play. We will harvest just one of them for now, and then we'll add as many as we can, and then close the game. And base array is errored. Ooh, interesting. Why is it? Oh, it's empty because I haven't loaded it yet. Okay, I need to do that after. Okay, let's try one more time, see what's going on in our array. How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 8. Why is it erroring at index 7? That is very interesting. Harvested plot 7. Okay, what we can do is, to avoid this error, is if game.plot I exists. No. Wow, we're going to open up our Godot array documentation. All right, so what can I use here that lets me check if this thing exists? Let's see, push front, size, nope, that's not what I want. Sort, pop at, min, max, Boop, boop, boop. Front, find last. It's kind of looking like there actually isn't anything that can help me here. Count. What would this do? How many times an element is in the array? Why don't I just use that? What's the difference between that and size, actually? Let's see. Count. Wait, okay. Let's actually try that. Let's print the count. And then we'll print the game.plot dot what am I trying to do? Size. Let's print those two and see what happens. See if they're the same. Ooh, I got an error before it even printed. Oh, we got to comment that out. That's why. All right, let's see what we got. We didn't get anything. Okay. Expects one argument. Interesting. Okay, let's see. What's the argument? Oh, this is not what I want. I think I closed it. Here we go. Count. Going to do count, and we're going to check what it wants. There's a number of times an element is in the array. So we have to have a certain element. Okay. Which I can't do because we have numbers. Okay, so count won't work. So we're gonna have to use size, I, and plot. I think what's happening is that we're popping it, and then the size goes down. I think that's why. Let's see if I print game.plot dot size. Valid 787. Okay, I think that's what was happening. Yeah. Okay, I understand now. Okay, so here's a little bug. What's happening is the game. Okay, so we're for looping in our size, which is originally 8, correct? And we're popping it on, and the size gets reduced, right? So the size, because the size got reduced, we're now getting an invalid index at 8 because we're still trying to for loop all the way until 8, right? So what we can actually do, let's see if I can try this. Let's do variable size equals this. Loop I size. Size minus equals 1. Let's see if that works. Nope, it still won't work. Interesting. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm going to see how I can fix this. Hopefully you understand the problem and why this is happening. I believe it's because we're trying to pop. I'm going to see if there's another. You know what? Last thing we're going to do. Dictionary. Yeah, I'm going to pull up the good documentation. Okay, so my goal here is to find something that can help us queue a pop. No, not dictionary. I need array. Once again, I need array. Array. We need pop. Okay, so we have pop back, pop at. Can I queue a pop instead of popping right away? Pop. If negative, positive. On large arrays, this method can be slower. Okay, pop. Okay, pop back, that's not what we want. Push back, that's not what we want either. Let's see if there's a queue. There is not. Okay. I think we might have to create our own little queue. Okay, I will be right back. I'm going to fix this and I will continue. All right, I'm back. So the way I fix this is essentially instead of using a for loop, I'm going to use a while loop. So it's the same concept. So we're going to do while size minus size, or not minus, smaller than size. We'll keep looping essentially through it. The reason this works and the for loop doesn't is because we want to update the size depending on if we pop anything or not. So in the for loop, I'm trying to explain this in a way that makes sense. Basically, we're looping from 0 to 7, for example. if we pop something, the size of our array got smaller. It went down to 6. However, our for loop doesn't know that yet. It doesn't know that at all. So it's going to keep trying to loop until 7. So at here, right here, it's going to match number 7, right? It's going to try to match number 7 in our array. However, we just pop something, so number 7 doesn't exist anymore, right? So which is why we have to use a while loop instead of a for loop. So because every time we loop through it one time, we can subtract 1 to the size if we do pop something. And then, yeah, that's it. The only thing I would say is just make sure you have the I+1 in the end of the match, because if you don't, your game will crash. It'll get stuck in a while loop. I did that, and I'm very silly. Okay. So now our game works properly. We no longer have any duplicated arrays, essentially. So these are all harvested. I'm going to make a few more. And if I play, oh yeah, I'm not printing anything. Ooh, interesting. What is happening there? Let's print our plot one more time. Plot. There we go. Let's see what we have. Okay, we have quite a few seeds. Why is that? I'm thinking actually maybe we have to save here. Utils.save. We'll save it, and then it's strange that it didn't save, but I don't think this is why. Let's try one more time. Okay, I'm gonna have to save it. Load. Play. All right, let's make a bunch of seeds. Let's harvest 1. Let's put 1 more, and then let's close the game. Now if I play, I should only have 6. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Interesting. Why do we have 7? Why do we have 7? One of them should have been harvested. Oh, no, do we have 7? Okay, wait, let's try playing. Let's see if we are. Ah, okay, because there's 7 pieces of dirt. Okay, so it does work. Another thing we're going to do, though, is we're going to add the solution I talked about earlier. So we'll do if has child. This is very simple. It's just has child I. Then we'll add it. That's it. I think that's it. Right? No. Has child is not a thing. Interesting. Let's see. Go. Has node. Okay, I know has node is a thing. Okay, let's get child. Add child. Oh yeah, you know what? Let's just forget about this. The game should work without it, so that's okay. There was one more thing. Oh yeah. So sometimes when we load and it's on stage 6, it still loads the wrong frame. I'm not sure why. Oh no, I do know why. It's because we don't have anything for that stage. So if we're on stage 6, we're gonna want our stage to be. Ooh, we don't want this here actually. We want to delete this. Let's stage 6. What would stage 6 be? Let's see. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We want frame 5, so frame should be equal to 5, not. Yeah, okay, we'll do 5, and then for here we'll do, I think it's 11. And 11, yeah. So we'll have to manually do it. So we'll make sure that it's going to be, the frame is going to be 11 if the stage is number 6. So now if I run the game, it'll automatically pop up as it's done. And let's try one more time. Let's harvest. Let's add a seed. Let's close the game. Launch. Hopefully it works. Awesome. The game works pretty well. There should not be any errors. There is another way to kind of double check that this never errors, and the way to do that is to check for the node. Apparently get child is not a thing. I just learned that. but this would be a bit more difficult because we're not getting the node, we're getting the child. But what you can do, because okay, let's do this. Let's do if get if as. Okay, so we're gonna actually have to make the name. Name dirt name equals dirt plus string of I, and then print dirt name. So let me show you what this is doing. Now we have a reference to our node. So we have 0 all the way to 6. So now what we can do is if has node. I don't think we have to convert it to a string because it should already be a string, but let's try this anyways. Okay, so we have a bunch of seeds or harvests. Let's load it, and boom, it still works. Yeah, so that's it. This is how we would fix this, just in case that error ever pops up for any reason. I use this trick a lot, actually. So dirt name equals dirt plus string equals I. So that's the why I actually made sure the dirt is from 0 to 1 in the end. I use this trick a lot, especially when it comes to RPGs, like where I fight monsters, stuff like that. So this is actually a pretty cool trick where you can verify the dirt or create the dirt name as a string, combining several strings and things. Because I is originally an integer, which is why we had to convert it to a string. And then we has node and check for it. So we can actually do the same thing here. Go here, and we'll pop that in. So another thing I'll say is the reason you can't do dirt name outside the match is because it has to do this every time it loops, by the way. But I think that is it for today's video. I think we fixed most of the bugs. If you guys find any more bugs like that, I'm not sure why it crashed there. Let's try one more time. Okay, so the game hates me. We'll ignore that bug. We totally fixed it. But if you guys find any more specific bugs, please let me know in the comments. I'll try to fix them and update the tutorials. Next video, we will try, I think, continue working on our inventory and try to make it working a bit. And then we'll see what we'll do after that. So I'll see you guys next time. All right, welcome back, everyone. This should be part 13 of our farming series. I'm very excited for today's episode. Let me quickly show you guys what we're going to be doing. So this is my reference. I've changed the inventory a little bit. So here's our new inventory. And now I can pick things up and it pops up in my inventory. And I can hover it and it shows the name and count. So, and this works with most of them. Yeah, so let's get started. The first thing I'm going to do is, as you might have been able to tell, I didn't like the. We'll you know what? We'll add it, and then you can decide if you want to do that or not. So the first thing I'm going to do is add a get grid container. This is going to contain all our inventory slots essentially, and then we're going to want to make the slots. So to make that, what I'm going to use is texture button. Realistically, you can use kind of anything, but there's a specific reason I use texture button, because later on, we're going to want to be able to click that button and do something, hopefully. Now we'll put it in here in the UI. We'll save it, meaning in this new slot. I'm going to add a script to it. And then I'm going to go back into our slot. And I'm going to add, for now, I'm going to add a sprite. The sprite doesn't necessarily matter. However, later on, you will want these separate sprites of the corn and tomato. I've separated them outside of the basic plants. I will show you why and how we're going to use that. I'll upload this after I'm done recording. I'll upload the GitHub so you can find these files if you don't know how. But essentially, generally what I do is I use a program called Graphic Scale, and it's very good pixel art tool to use, and I just cut this out and make it its separate pixel or sprite. So In our slot, we're also going to go to texture. We're going to go to our inventory. We're going to use our free slot. Actually, no, we're going to use the inventory background. There we go. And then we're going to pop that in. And for our sprite, we're actually going to transform that to 0.75, and then 0.75, just to scale it down a little bit. I'm going to turn off the snap and make it fit. So that way it actually looks like it's in the inventory. I'm going to rename this to item. And I'm also going to make something, I'm going to add another label, and I'm going to name this to count. All right. And we're not going to do anything in this label yet, but we'll just leave it for now. In our slot, we're now going to go into here, and there's a few variables we're going to want to add. So the first one is going to be has item, and this is going to be false because originally there's nothing in there. We'll also have item icon, and we're also going to have item name, and we're also going to have item count. And this one's going to be default 0. This one's going to be defaulted to nothing as a string. And then this one, we're going to preload anything. It doesn't matter. It has to be a picture though. The picture that you preload originally doesn't matter. However, you do have to preload something. And I will show you why in a second. Another note to tell you guys, you can add anything else you want in here, any other variable that you would want your item to have. So for example, if it's a consumable, let's say it is a consumable, and it heals you a certain amount, you can do variable healed or amount healed or whatever you want. Some things I would do in my other games is I would do damage, right? If a weapon has a certain amount of damage, I would put it in there. If it has defense, I'd do defense, right? So I would put all the variables I want in this slot. All right, so next thing we're gonna do is go back to our inventory, and now let's put the slot. First thing I'm gonna do is I'm actually going to rename this to slot container, because it is a grid container, but we're going to do slot container. And then we're going to actually keep this as column 1. That's okay. Actually, no, we'll do 6. We'll keep it to column 6. We'll add our slot, which is right here. You can just drag it in, and then we will duplicate this a few times. And as you can see, it's very small. One thing I'm going to do is I'm going to start at 0. Name this 1, drag that up. So 0, 1, 2, 3, etc. It doesn't really matter, but I just like to do that. As you can see, our slots are very small. So what we can do is go into our rect and just scale it. And so here's the problem. I had an issue kind of merging the background, the actual texture. I didn't want to, I couldn't be bothered to ask. So I just ended up adding a panel instead. And what I did is I just made it look a little prettier by making a new style blocks, whatever the hell that is. And the color, I made it kind of like a grayish, not gray, like right around there. And then I made it slightly invisible. So self-modulate. I drag this down a little bit, and then I drag it out. I take this, put it in the background, and I drag our grid container. I also go into our panel. I'm also going to do the corner radius. I'm going to make it 15 for each. And so it kind of rounds it out a little bit. I'm actually going to modulate it a bit more. All right, there we go. So this is kind of what I do. If you want to draw your own inventory, that's fine. Or if you want to use the default inventories and try to make it fit inside of this, that's fine too. I just couldn't be asked to do that. I had a very hard time doing that. You can also use the inventory slot instead of the background, but either way, it doesn't matter. It doesn't make too much of a difference. Let's drag this out to the side. We're going to use that later, or we'll kind of reference it later. All right, so now that we have a few slots, you can add more if you want. I added 18, so I have up to 0 to 17. But for the sake of this video, I'm just going to have 6. I'm going to make the script for it. I'm going to delete all that. And in our script, we're going to have an array. And in our array, it's going to be onReady variable slot buttons equals an array. And in this array, we're going to get node slot 0 And then I'm going to take this and just copy paste it a few times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we should, oh no, there's just 5. Okay. When you add more slots, you would want to put them in here, which shouldn't take too much time, but that's it. Next thing we're going to do is in our slot, okay, we'll work in the slot container first. So in our slot, we're going to make a function called set inventory. And the reason why we're making a function and not doing like a function process or function ready is because we want this to happen every time I click E. So what we'll do is we'll actually take this, and in our inventory, every time I click E, right, inventory, every time I show our inventory, we're going to start inventory. Right, so get node dot slot container dot set function. So that's how I get a node. I'm going to get this node. I'm going to go into this node and call this function set inventory, right? So that's how I call it function, but obviously there's nothing in this function yet. So let's fill it out. In our function, we're actually going to go into our label, which we had before. So this label over here, we're actually going to copy it. We're going to take this and we're going to delete this label because I no longer need it. I'm going to go into our slot container. I'm going to copy what we had. And instead of changing text, what we're actually going to do is now we're going to edit the specific slot that we are accessing. So we do slot buttons dot at I dot has item equals true. And that should work. And so what we're doing is we're going to access the specific slot depending on which array we're in. So we go through our array of harvest. So we have our inventory, that's our inventory essentially, and we're going to go through it and check if we have corn. If we have corn, we're going to fill it with, we're going to fill a slot with that item, that specific item, right? So we're going to go into our slot, right? If we go into the script, I'm going to actually close all this, open the slot container and slot. So in our slot, we have a few variables that we want to fill, right? So if I'm going to take this, I'm just going to copy paste it 3 times. And I want to set each one of these, right? So let's just copy paste each one, item name and item count. All right, and a few of these might be easy. So for example, item count, it's pretty easy. Okay, well, let's do item name first. That one's really easy. That one's right there. So we just get the name of it. And then the item count is also pretty easy because if you recall, we have a variable called count in our harvest, right? It says count and consumable. You can add whatever else you want in there. All right, and then the icon, here's the fun part, is we're going to load the icon. And to load the icon, we're going to have to load it by doing this. So this isn't what I usually do, but what I will do, in fact, actually what I'll do usually is I will take this path and I'll usually put it in here. So I'll have, in our dictionary, I'll have icon, and then I'll do this. But I'm not going to do that. In this case, either way works. This way it works fine. But essentially what we're doing is we're taking our item icon, which we preloaded right here, and we're going to load this new icon in, right? So that's how we load something. So we have load and load. So this is a pretty interesting, or it's a pretty useful function to use. It's not a function, it's a ability that Godot has, I suppose. And so this just takes a pre-existing preloaded icon and sets it as our loaded icon. And I think that is it. But now that we've set all this, now we have to show it somehow. So in our icon, we're going to go into our icon. In here, we have to be able to just show it somehow, right? So what we're going to do is in nothing, because we didn't make it yet, we're going to make a process function. And in here, we're going to check if item count is equal to 0. What we'll do is we'll just get node dot item hide, and then we'll also, that's it. We'll get node dot item count. Actually, yeah, we'll also hide the count, which is actually more important. So because there is something here, if our has item is false, which it should be always, then it'll just hide the item, right? But when I load something in, it'll make it true. So in our slot container, we has item equal true, and we make icon. We load the icon to our specific icon, and then we show it, right? We'll do that in a second. So next thing we're going to do is else. I'll just pass for now, actually. No, we're not going to pass. Sorry. We're going to show our count. So here we go. We take the count and we show it. And then we will also get node count dot text equals string item count. All right. And I think we should just be able to test it. So if we play and our game crashes for some reason, I'm going to just save and load. I'm not sure why I did that. Save and load. Here we go. In our inventory, there's nothing. But if I plant a corn and I harvest it, it shows me 1. So that's a bit weird. The reason why it's showing on this one is because there's actually a tomato in our array already, but it's not showing because I didn't set that yet, but that's okay. All right, so this is right, actually, because we haven't set the icon. We haven't shown the icon. We're hiding it right here, right? We have to be able to show it as well. Another thing we're going to do is we're actually going to our count. We're going to make this way smaller because it's really big right now. So we're going to go into rectangle. I'm going to scale it to 0.2. Let's have a number here so we can test it. Right there. Okay, that's a bit too small. I'll do 0.3. Okay. I think, let me just check what I had. Yeah, I have 0.3 in my reference. Okay, and we'll do that. Next thing we'll do is go back into our slot. And now let's show everything else. So if as item is equal to true, this is where we'll show the icon. So we'll get node dot item dot show. What else do we want to do? We want to also set the texture. So get node dot item texture equals to item icon. Because we've loaded the icon into here, but we also have to load it again, essentially, into the icon here. So into the texture. So this is how I'm accessing the texture right here. Texture, if you hover it, okay. I believe, yeah. So if you, whenever you want to do something or edit something in any node, so this is a lesson. In any node, whenever you want to edit any sort of function variable, you can hover it and it'll tell you how to access it. It'll say property hframes, right? If I want to do visibility, if I hover it, it'll say property visible, and it'll even give me like things I can do with it. If true, this canvas, whatever, and it gives me a little detail. Okay, so else if has item is false, what we'll do is we'll hide it, just in case, just double check essentially. Yeah, just in case that this didn't happen. All right, next thing we're going to do is we're going to relaunch. We're going to play. Press E. There's nothing there. We'll load a corn. Pick it up in a second. Now, if I launch, there's our corn. I can't do anything with it, but it pops up. One last thing we're going to do in our slot container, we're going to now copy paste all this and then add tomato. I actually believe later on, if you have more items, I believe you should be able to just do this. Let's double check. Let's make sure. No, you can't. Okay, so this is actually why I will load this inside of our variable instead. So, okay, so for reference for you guys, if you guys want to continue on with this project, add several more items, the reason why it's better to load the icon inside of the variable, so if you have icon here, etc., the reason is because here, I now have to make a new matching statement every time I add a new item. So if tomato equals this, because of this line specifically, because of this, the load, right? So now I have to go into here and change it to tomato. So I'm basically taking the lazy route, is what I'm telling you. But it still works. So we have tomato. We're checking for tomato in our inventory. So now we'll have a tomato because we checked our inventory and it loaded it, right? So now if I get corn and press E, there it is. There's our corn. And just to double check the count works, we'll make another one. I'll pick it up. And there we go. Now we have 2. All right. So now let's make it a bit more interactive. So what I'm going to do is add a panel. I'm going to add a label to that panel. And I'm going to name our panel info. And I'm just going to make the label, I'm going to edit the label to size 0.25 and 0.25 for scale. And then our label, we will drag it up a little bit. We'll go to theme override, new style box, and we're just going to make it completely white. And then I'm going to go to corner radius, make it 15 for all over. I'm going to drag it up a little bit. And this is essentially our info box. This is where we'll have the information. And here we'll actually drag it in a little bit. And just to test it, we'll do item, name, and then count 0. And as you can see, I can't see anything. There's nothing there. So in our label, we go to theme override once again, go to colors, and just check that font color. So you can change the color to whatever you want. I'm going to do black. That's fine. Now, we're not going to play yet. Now, we can fill that up. So in order to do that, what we can do actually is in our slot, so in our actual button, we go to node. We can do mouse entered. And we'll also add mouse exited. All right. And then we'll also actually add, right away, we'll add a ready function. And we'll do get node info. What we'll actually do is we'll do get info.hide. We'll take this, copy it to mouse exited. And then in our mouse entered, we're going to check if has item. No, actually, let's just skip that. We'll do get node and show. Get node info and show it. So sorry, show it. Then we'll also get info /label .text, and we're going to set it equal to name. Oh, I'm messing up my keyboard a lot today. Name plus string item name. Then we'll also go to the next line by doing this. Oops. And then plus count plus string item count. And I save it. And now if I load our game, we have our tomato. If I hover it, it'll pop that up. All right, and what I can do is I can actually just take our label and make it, our label and make it a bit longer. What I can actually do is I can go to our label. We can auto wrap it. Oops. And then we'll kind of edit our label to match it. There we go. So now it kind of fits. However, as you can see, it's doing this. And now I want you to figure out how to fix that. Well, I kind of gave it away, but I'm trying to give intentional bugs for a reason. So as you might have figured out, we just check if has item. And then we add that. So we only do that if we have item. So now there's an item in here. We can hover it and see. And then I can't do that for the rest. One thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to drag this down just slightly. Yeah, there we go. So it looks a bit better. One thing I did off stream or off recording is I added a font. If you don't know how to do that, so I added a font. So find a font that you like, you put it in here, create a folder for it, whatever you want. Create a new resource, dynamic font. Right? So if we search it up, dynamic font, create it. And then once you click it, you go into font, you load it. And then the way I was able to load it by default is if you go into project settings and you just search up font. You go into theme, you'll have the custom font. And this will be the font for the game by default. Any sort of font that you try to use, it'll use this, right? So you load it, and the project settings will prompt you to save and reload the game, the entire thing. So you just do that, and then that's it. All right, I believe that is actually it for our inventory. Let me just double check. Boop, boop, boop. All right, yeah, that's it for everything. One thing we can do, we can double check, is just so we avoid any errors. If slot buttons dot size is smaller than or equal to game dot harvests. Nope, that's not it. Harvests dot size. Then we can do all this. Oh, because this will eventually. What is happening here? Oh. Okay. Ooh. Ooh, not smaller than bigger. Right. Wait, let's reload it. There we go. Yeah, so this line will help us avoid an error where we have more items than inventory size. But obviously in our case, we don't have that. But we can actually test it. Yeah, I don't want to get too many errors, but let's try loading it. Let's remove all that and load it. Let's play. It still pops there, but hopefully this doesn't break our game. Yeah, okay. So that will avoid errors. There we go. It will first check to see if we have enough inventory slots to put it in. If we don't, then it's still in our inventory, but it won't load it into our game, which is good because we don't want to, if this wasn't here, it would error and crash. Okay, that kind of concludes our inventory. Next video, I'm not 100% sure what we're going to do. I will think of something and record it, and I will upload the video. But I think what we have is pretty good. Actually, one thing I'll do is I'll probably add prompts to make it more keyboard oriented. So we'll have it so that we can kind of go up to the plant or the dirt, click something, or something will come up and prompt us to actually click a button and plant it. So click like Z, for example, we plant something, plant, whatever, etc. And then we, instead of making it like, so we hit it, then we have to actually pick it up or something like that. So I'll make it a bit more keyboard oriented, but this is pretty good. We have a pretty working game. Another thing I wanted to do, actually, real quick, last thing, in our player, I'm going to go to our player and I'm going to change the ifs here to elif. Here we go. And what this will do is only allow us to move in one direction at a time. So now it must animate, because as you could tell before, there was a little problem going in at an angle. It wouldn't animate at all. And the reason being because there is no angle for our state machine. There's a way to fix that, but I'm not going to cover that in this series. The series is more oriented towards the actual farming. But that is kind of it. I'm pretty happy with what we have. It's a bit laggy, but that's okay. Computer just sucks. Yeah, we can farm and we have a bunch of corn. Can't do anything with it yet, but maybe in one of the later episodes I can add something so that we can use it or something. But yeah, this is pretty cool. We have an inventory with E, and yeah. Thanks for watching, guys. If you guys like this series and everything, please subscribe if you liked it, comment, etc. Do all that good stuff. Comment, subscribe, like, share, and I will see you guys next time. All right, welcome back, everyone. This is part 14 of our series. In today's episode, we're going to be doing quite a few things. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to add a notification system, which will be pretty neat. And to do that, the first thing we have to do is create a new node. This will be a canvas layer. So the original node will be canvas layer. It's very important that it is a canvas layer because we are going to be showing this on top of the player, essentially, on top of our stuff that we already have. So we're going to make a label as the background, theme override, style, flat box. I'm going to make it white. I'm going to border radius, make it all 15, flatten it out. I'm going to go into global because this is a global thing that we're going to want. Notification. So yeah, this is going to be a global notification, meaning we call it whenever we want, which would be pretty neat. So we'll add a label as well. We'll pop it in there. We'll do center, and auto wrap. So we'll have a bunch of words. I'm going to go to theme override, make it black, and let's make it slightly smaller. So now let's actually mess with the label, not the panel. So we'll go to panel, or the label, sorry, make it 0.75, 0.75, make it big again, or make it fit essentially. And what we're going to do in our panel, this is going to be pretty fun, is we are going to be editing the size of our panel. So what this means is, we'll just code it out and I'll explain it. So we're going to make a process function, and we're going to get self dot rectangle size dot x equals get node the label dot rectangle size dot x, and then we're going to add 16 pixels. We're going to copy paste this. I'm going to do the y-axis, and that should be it. So what this is going to do is it's going to allow us to grow the panel depending on the size of our text. So if I launch this scene, here we go, here's our text, and it fits, or it seems to fit. However, if I start doing this, it kind of goes out of range, right? However, it didn't, because the panel is going to expand depending on the size of the text. So I'm actually going to make this a bit smaller. I'm going to make it 0.6, 6, and then I'm going to erase this. I'm going to make sure that the original is the size that we want. So the original, like, smallest thing that we have is the size that we want, essentially. I'm going to also take this panel, I'm going to modulate it just to make it slightly invisible. And that's it. That's our notification. I'm going to set it to notification. And this is our notification, essentially. So to use this, though, we're going to go into our utils, and in our utils, we're going to have a constant notif equals preload, and we're going to load our notification, which is actually right there. And now we're going to make a function called notification, and it's going to pass through a text, and this text is going to be a string, right? So in this text, what we'll do is we're going to variable notification 1 dot notif instance, and then we're going to add, no, before we add it, actually we'll add it, so we'll add notif1. However, before we add it, what we want to do is we actually want to get it and edit the label. So the label, which we'll do by get node label dot text equals text. And that's it. What we can do to avoid errors is we can actually convert this to a text as well, or convert it to a string, sorry. And then what we'll do is we'll yield for 3 seconds. And the way we do that is we're going to get tree dot get create, or just create timer, and then we're going to set it to 3 seconds. And then that is it. And we'll just check for timeout, and that's it. So that'll create a timer with our tree, and it'll create it through 3 seconds. It'll yield the code for 3 seconds and then continue. So then we'll get that notification and we'll queue free. All right, so this should work. So if I go into my world and I go into dir container, for example, I call utils, do notification, hi. We'll launch the game, play, and we get an error because this game hates me. We'll save and load, whatever, play, and we get the notification hi, and it should disappear after 3 seconds. Awesome. Next thing we're going to do is we'll close our notification. We don't really want to do anything in there. Or actually, what we can do is adjust the placement of our thing. One thing I'll do is I'm going to make this a bit bigger. Let's play one more time, just see where it is. I'm actually wondering why the size of it is so big. That is quite strange. We'll do center, text. I'm not sure why it's like that, but that's okay. We'll play one more time. And okay, this is kind of centered, so it's good enough. Let's bring it a bit more to the left, actually. All right, and that's fine. Now let's go to our plot of dirt. And what we'll do is we're going to change the plot of dirt a little bit. So the first thing we're going to actually do is go into our input map, and we're going to go down to spawn. Here we go. And we're going to add a physical key called Z. And in here, we're going to go to our dirt. We're going to add body entered, and then we're going to go back and body exited. All right. Oh, where is it? Oh, we didn't connect it. There we go, body exited. All right, and as you might be able to remember, we're going to pass through, or we're going to check if our player is the body. So to do that, we do if body.name equals player. Then we'll do something. So we'll pass for now. And we're going to go up here. What we're going to do is we'll completely remove this. So we're going to disconnect this node, and we're going to rename this function to spawn. And we're going to create a new function called function. We'll have process. We're going to need process. And in this process, we're going to do get input. And we're going to need another function, which is the get input. And in this get input, we're going to check for input. So if input dot is action, we'll do just pressed spawn. Then we spawn, right? However, what we want to do is, what is this? We don't want this anymore. Okay, so we're going to have to match each line by just making them go back all by one. There we go. No errors. Okay, next thing we're going to do is we're going to want to check if our player is still inside or is inside the piece of dirt. So to do that, we'll do variable, what did I name it? Can plant equals true. Oh no, false. By default, it wants to do false. And then what we'll do is in the input, before we plant anything, we're just going to check if the input is equal to true or not. And if it is true, then we'll spawn, right? And to make it true, we'll just go in here and say it's true. And then we'll just copy paste this, take that, make it equal to false. All right, so what's happening is our body, the player enters the piece of dirt, and we're going to say, okay, we can plant something now. Okay, so we'll go in here, we check if we click spawn or not. If we do, and we can plant, then we spawn, and yeah, then we spawn our plant. However, if we exit the piece of dirt, then we can no longer plant in it, right? One more thing I think I wanted to do. No, let's just test it actually. There's our notification. So now I can plant. There's two things I want to do. The first thing is I'm going to make the collision a little bit smaller. So that way we can't plant two things at a time, right? So in our world, I'm going to go to our player. I'm going to go to our collision, and we're going to make our collision here a bit smaller as well. So now I can't go over two plots of dirt at the same time. Okay, I'm going to have to remove that notification. It's a bit annoying. I'll Control S, Control X. But now I can plant by clicking Z. I can go over them. And of course, to harvest, I can just go over them and do that. And we'll keep the harvesting the same. If you want to change, now you know how. Another thing is you can also click still. So I'm not clicking Z, I'm clicking my mouse. Yeah. Okay, so let's go into notification. Nope, not notification. In our plot of dirt, what we'll do is in body entered, we'll send a notification saying press Z to plant. And then in notification, I think I know why. Let's make this 8. And let's play. Now if I go on top of a piece of dirt, it'll give me this notification. Okay, I'm still not sure why it's doing that. Let's remove this completely and make it equal. Let's see what happens then. Okay, it's a bit smaller, but that's strange. I'm not sure why it's doing that. All right, either way, we'll go to plot of dirt. And in our notification, no, we're not going to edit this. In our actual notification, what we want to do is, obviously, you might be able to tell there's a problem, right? If I go here and I keep going over them, it keeps sending me notification, right? It'll be nonstop forever. So what we're going to want to do is check if that notification exists, right? So what we can do, so let me pull out my reference here, is let me double check. Let me just check where we're putting it. It should be in here, in our remote. We go here, go back to remote, minimize the world. It should be adding it in our utils. Okay, awesome. So in our utils, the only time we'll ever have a child is if it's the notification. So what we can do anytime we add a notification is we're going to check if there's one that exists already. So if get child count is equal to 1, I will do not equal to 1. Yeah, sure, we'll do not equal to 1. Or, you know what, we'll just make it equal to 0. So we'll check if it's 0. So only add it if it's equal to 0. So now if we go play, the game will still error. I'll check out why that's happening later. We'll play one more time, save and play. Now it should only add it if yeah, so there you go. You saw that little buzz where so because I'm still going on top of them, it won't add it until the last one disappeared, essentially. Another thing you could do, this is a notification system, so this would work, meaning like in any case, like if I ate it, or like let's say I click it and I eat it, it'll say you ate an apple or something, right? So you can use this however you want, but this is the way I use notifications in some of my games. We built this notification essentially. I think, okay, yeah, I know why it's actually not, it's bugging. Okay, let me, yeah, okay. I'm quite sure the reason why it was bugging out is because the rectangle size, let's do +8 again. All right, let's test one more time and this should work. Yeah, okay, awesome. All right, I will see you guys next time. All right, welcome back, everyone. This should be part 15 or series here. So let's get right into it. One error that I'm sure some of you might have noticed, it's not going to happen anymore, but what was happening before was this essentially wasn't working, and it wasn't removing the harvested things. And you might have noticed in our world, when we tried to load our world, it would error. And so I changed it up. The logic behind it has changed quite a bit. Essentially, we're going to remove the size -1 and the pop at I. We're just going to remove that. And we're going to change the concept from, instead of removing things from our array, what we're going to do is we're going to create a new array called plot temp. So this is going to be a temporary array called plot temp. And every time we find we're going to still loop through our array. In fact, this will work with a for loop. You no longer have to do a while loop. But either way, I'm going to do a while loop because I already have it set up. And we're just going to check if it's false. So if we have not harvested something, meaning it's still growing, then we'll add it to this array, right? Because this array is empty, so we're going to add to it. And in the end, we're going to set this, our game plot.plot, our original array, equal to the temporary array, right? And that's it. Yeah, and our plot temp will pretty much be gone by the time we go to the next world or scene. So we don't have to worry about that. But we've set the game.plot to everything that has a seed that is not harvested. So that's kind of the logic that I changed. So instead, we're going to remove the stuff in true and just add this line in the false. And you got to make sure you also make the array up here. You could also do it inside the very ready, but I just do it outside. It doesn't really make a difference. And then we just set game.plot equals to whatever. And now when we play, there is no problem. So we have the 7. If you wanted to test it before, if you tried just planting a bunch of things or harvesting a bunch of things and then planting and then closing the game, launching, and then play, it would have errored before, but now it works fine. So that's good. All right, next thing we're going to do is we're going to add a little time system to our game. So we're going to make a light system. So we're going to have light in our game to make it kind of more realistic. So what we're going to add is a canvas modulate. And in this canvas modulate, it's going to be on the bottom under UI. And then we're going to just edit it. You can kind of see our screen is changing depending on the color. Right? So now you can launch the game once again. And now it's kind of dark. So that's kind of what we want. But that's not it. So what we want to do now is in our player, we're going to make this local in our world. We're not going to put it in our player. We're going to put it here. Do light 2D, and you'll see why in a second if you're following along. So make sure that you do not put it in our player here. You can, but it's just better if it's local. So the way light works is that it needs a texture in order to create light, essentially. And I've imported a light, moonlight, that I usually use. It's really big, but that's okay. So as you can see, it's giant. And I've played around with these settings. And what we're going to use is texture scale, 0.14. Energy, we'll do, this one won't matter too much, but we'll do 0.8 for now. For the mode, we'll do add, but let's go through each one to see what they do. So sub is the opposite of add, so it'll subtract, essentially. Mix is to mix between the two. It's actually pretty good. You can use mix, but I think mix has issues with shadow. Mask is very messy. As you can see, it's kind of odd. It just uses a mask. I'm not sure how to explain what a mask is, but this can have its uses, but in our case, obviously, we're not going to do that. We can do mix for now. So let's play again. And now we have light in our world. So it's very dark right now, but that's okay. Another thing we'll do is we can go to shadow. We'll use shadows later on, but for now, I just want to set these variables. I'll have 11.1. And then for the filter, we'll have PC F7. Okay, don't worry about shadow too much right now. There's no shadows in our game right now, but we could use some later on. All right, so now we have light and it mixes pretty nicely in our game. Awesome. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to go into our world scene. We're going to rename this actually to ambient. And we're going to go into our world scene and we're going to have two functions. OnReady variable darkness and OnReady variable light. And this one will be get node layer at light. And then this one will be get node ambient. Awesome. And next thing we're going to do is we're going to have two more variables, and these are going to be dictionaries. One is going to be color scheme. And I'm actually just going to copy paste this one. I'll pause the video in a second, or I'm not going to pause it. All right, so I copy pasted this. I recommend you pause the video here and just take your time to code this or to copy it. I'm also going to copy our light scheme. All right, so this is our light scheme. Essentially, it's going to correspond to our light, and this is going to correspond to our darkness. So I'm going to close these for now, just to minimize them. And then I'm going to have a process function. And inside our process function, we're going to do something similar to our timestamp on the top right corner of our game. We're going to get the date. So os dot get date time. There it is. And then we're going to check for if the date of the hour, whoops, there we go. If the hour of our date is greater than or equal to 0, and where's our and? There it is. And it's I can't say is, I have to actually write it out. Our date is also smaller than 5. Then we're going to set our darkness. So darkness equals to color scheme 0. And we'll also get light scheme equal to light. Nope, not light scheme, sorry. Light is equal to light scheme 0. And that's it. So what this is doing is it's going to check essentially if our hour is between 0 and 5, right? And if it is, then we'll set the color scheme to 0 and the light scheme to 0. So what this means is the color scheme here is 40 and 40, 40 is really dark. So hour 0 essentially means that it's very dark right now, right? It's still night out and we want light. And 0.8 is as light as we would want, I suppose. You can increase it if you want. You can go to 1. I find 1 is a bit high on the energy. All right, so let's delete that. All right, our light, I find the light a bit high, but that's fine. Yeah, so it's up to you, really. But now let's kind of just fill it out. So we'll have elif, and we can do, what did I do here? I did 11 and 15. And if it's between 11 and 15, I did 3. And I'm just going to copy paste this 2 more times. I'm going to do 15 and 20. And then 24 here and 20, because our hour never goes over 24, right? It only goes up to 23. And then here I do, let's do 8 and 8 here, and then we can do 2 and 2. So it goes up and then down, right? Because in the middle of the day it becomes bright and then darker in the middle of the day. So now, as you see, we're in the middle of the day. So we can actually go to our remote on the left and check if it's working. And it is not. Why is that? Let's find out. Is it even printing? Or is it even working? Let's find out. Okay, it's working there. Let's take this. So we should be right in between here. So I'm not sure why that's not working. Okay, the hour is, we have to go to our game. It's 16. Okay, never mind. We should be down here. Okay, yeah, it is working. Okay. Okay, and let's test one more time. I'm not sure why the ambient wasn't working properly. Okay, I'm not sure why it crashed there. Save and load. Let's go back to our world. Let's delete that print. And then let's go to our remote. And then we're going to check the ambient. And for some reason, it's not working. For some reason, the ambient is not changing. That is very strange. Let's see. Unready darkness. Am I forgetting anything? This is process, so it should be working. We have this with 8. Color scheme 8. Okay, darkness equals. I see what's happening. Okay. The darkness, I have to edit the color, and then the light, I have to edit the energy. That's why it wasn't working. So I have to go into each one, and actually what I can do is just Control R, and then replace it with that. Okay, maybe not. Let's just do this dot energy. Let's copy all this, and then do that, and copy this, go to our darkness. All right, now let's save, launch, and boom. It kind of works. All right, let's double check. Last time it works. Ambient, here we go, 200, 200, 200, which is right. So 200, 200, and if we can even triple check, go to our player, go to our light, and the energy should be 0. Where is it? Energy 0. Awesome. I don't think I can edit it technically. Yeah, I don't think I can, because it's being processed. All right, that is it. But we now have a working time system. What we can do just to kind of show you that it works, and I can save it as 4.4. Let's do energy 2. Yeah, so now you can kind of see the light. So yeah, it depends on what you want the energy levels to be. You can do 0, honestly. Yeah, so now we can see it a bit more. I recommend you definitely play around with the modes and just everything else. So add can make it a lot more light. If I do go back to mix, it doesn't look like it's lighting up, but it is. So it's really up to you. Definitely just play around with this and see what you like. You can even make the texture bigger, right? Now it's even more lighting. We can do like 1.7. Let's try that. Okay, there. I like that. Sure. You can go back to mix. Whatever you want. I actually like add more. Let's do add. So yeah, now we have a working time system. Another note to make is that you can, for those wondering, okay, so this is a real-time light system, right? So you can edit it to however you want. However, if for those who are wondering, how can I make a time system within my game, right? Well, you can use a timer. So we've learned about timers in other videos. Essentially, you would make a timer inside the game, inside your script, and have certain days or dates, depending, or hours, for example. You would have an hour depending on the timer, and it would go up or down, or obviously up, because I don't think time does it in reverse usually. But who knows, maybe you have a game that reverses time. But those who are wondering how to have that fake time in your game, just make a timer, and every time it goes off, the hour goes up 1, or the minute goes up 1, right? So you can do that. If you really want, I can make a bonus video for this series. Let me know if you guys want that. As I'm talking here, I'm going to add something in our utils. In our save, hopefully you've done this off screen, but I'm going to now save our harvest because I've never done that, and our harvest never gets saved. So let's go here, harvest, save and load, play. And now whenever I harvest something, it should just save. So I have 2 corn. Let's close load. And there it is, 2 corn. Awesome. But yeah, anyways, that's it for today's video. So I will see you guys next time. If you guys like the video, make sure you subscribe, like the video, all that good stuff. Do subscribe. It helps. Comment down below if you are enjoying the series. Comment anything you would want to see. This was kind of a request from someone who commented, and I intended to do it, but I kind of forgot, and then someone commented about it, and I remembered, and I was like, oh, okay, let's do that. So yeah, let me know in the comments below what else you would like to see. So I'll see you guys next time. Okay, welcome back, everyone. This is part 16 of our series. Let me just show you guys what we're going to be doing in today's episode. Here's our new inventory, and basically we're going to be able to drag and drop. And we can drag and drop into any slot, and if I drag it outside, it'll actually put it back into the nearest slot. So as you can see, it'll just pop it back in. Unfortunately, there are a few bugs. Obviously, you could tell that the corn disappeared. Maybe we'll try to fix that on stream, but This totally didn't take me like 5 hours to figure out. So if you are not subscribed and you are watching this and you're following along, go sub right now because this took me so long to figure out. And I will debug it, or I will explain some of the bugs that I had and some of the issues I had, so that way in the future you can know why it took me so long. And also, yeah, so I learned some new things in Go. So, okay, let's get started right away. So the first issue I had was actually the slot. So the slot originally was I don't remember. It was like 20 by 20. So I doubled it and made it 40 by 40 because originally we had just scaled it in the button, right? We had come here in the button and scaled it. No, actually, we scaled it in the slot container. So here it is, slot container scaled by 2. We're going to reset that and we're going to put it at 1. This is actually important because basically we're going to be working with positions of our screen and of our mouse. So we're going to be using get global mouse position. We're going to be using event position, etc. And this does not work properly, apparently, if things are scaled. So I just learned this, but the hard way. So if something is scaled, I believe that this has to do with anything node related, specifically like slot containers or something like that. If those are scaled, I don't think it'll work. If the buttons were scaled originally, that might have worked. If we had these slots outside of the container, that might have worked as well. But obviously we would have to set up each container, each slot on its own. And I didn't want to get rid of this. So either way, I've got it to work. So just keep in mind that the slot container has to be scaled at 1:1. We're going to open our slot again, and in our slot, we're going to adjust a few things, obviously. So our item, it's actually, well, we'll just drag it out here, and what we'll do is, yeah, we'll just drag it. We'll just scale it to fit the thing. We'll take our count, put it right there, and then for this guy, we'll actually, this guy's not scaled also, we can actually just increase the size for this one, go to the label, where is it? Rectangle scale, we'll do 0.4. Put it right there. Scale this a bit more. So this part doesn't actually matter, but it's just because we're scaling everything. So originally we scaled everything inside the slot container, but we can no longer do that. So yeah. And then in our slot container, I think that's it. Let me double check, my reference. Okay, oh yeah. Another thing we're going to do is now instead of, okay, so we'll add it, but I'll explain what we're doing first. So here we're going to be loading our image, right? We're actually not going to do that here anymore. What we're going to do is we're actually going to go into our slot. And this isn't efficient, but that's okay. It's the way I got it to work. So whatever. If you have a better way, you can think of it. But what we're going to do is we're going to match item name with our name. So we have corn, and then we also have tomato, right? And then here, what we'll do is I just copy paste this. We're gonna load our icon depending on the name. So this is definitely not efficient because the more items you have, the more things you'll have to match. There is a better way to do this. I can't think right now. I'm not going to think. If you can think of it and put it in the comments down below, good for you. But I am just, my brain can't right now. I spent way too long trying to make this inventory work. So let's get through it. And then maybe next time we'll fix that to make it a bit more efficient. Okay. I think that's it for the slot. The slot we can close. In our slot container, we double check. Yeah, our slot container, there's nothing new. However, okay, so this is the interesting part. In each of these slots, we're going to connect a node called, or signal GUI input. We're going to connect it to our inventory, and we're going to say on slot GUI input. Okay, we're going to rename the method to without a number. We're going to go to advanced. We're going to go to integer, add, And the first one, because it's slot 0, we can just argument 1 is 0, and we'll connect it. Now, we go to the slot 0, and we can see that it says the function, and then it also has bind 0. So now what we have to do is do that same thing, but I'm going to copy paste the method. We're going to go to int, add, and 1. Go to slot 2, GUI input, add slot 2, copy paste the method, and we're going to have to do this for each one. So this is actually a strategy that I use for some of my other games, and this has its uses. Obviously, it's not the most efficient, but it does work just because we have a limited amount of inventory spaces anyways, so it doesn't really matter. Like, it takes, yeah, this took me like 30 seconds, right? So it's not that bad. So yeah, and then let's just double check we got them all right. I do recommend you actually double check that you got them all right. So go through the slots, go to look at the signal node, go 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So I made sure that all of them are right. And yeah, okay, so in our inventory, what we're going to do is we're going to have a few different variables that we're going to add. The first one is I'm going to go into my slot container, and you're going to copy paste. I'm just going to copy paste for my reference. In your inventory, we're going to add these slot buttons. However, just keep in mind that it's not the exact same, because now we're getting node from the inventory, right? So it's not the exact same, but it's pretty much the same. It's almost the same array. Next thing we're going to do is going to make another onReady variable called slot container. And then we're going to have 3 different variables called dragging, click radius, and position clicked. So dragging and position clicked, you cannot edit yourself. You should not. The click radius is going to be the size of the sprite. So depending on the size of your sprite, you might want to change that. So here, so I know it's 40 by 40 because I've played around with it. Obviously, I don't think it's, what we're checking for is not the size of this sprite, but the size of the actual entire slot itself. So this entire thing is 40 by 40. I know because I used graphic scale, and it tells you the size of it. All right, next thing in our inventory, there's one more thing we're going to want, and that's going to be a dictionary. And this dictionary is basically going to hold whatever we are dragging. So every time, let me bring up my game, my reference. Every time I click something, it takes that button, or it takes that information and passes it to the mouse, essentially, or not to the mouse, but that dictionary we just made. And it's going to take that information, and if we drag it somewhere else, it's going to take that information and pop it into that slot instead. Okay, so it's very important that we actually have this info. The most important stuff that we need is just the name and the count, right? So it's almost the same as our original one, which is all this. So you can have consumable in there as well. Obviously, it doesn't really matter, but you can. But I'm just showing you how to do this in the sense of, like, we'll just carry the name and the count, and obviously the actual item itself. So, all right, that's everything we need. Variables. Now comes the fun part, the actual code. So here we're going to start off with if event is input event mouse button, and event dot button index is equal to button left. So here we're checking for if we're clicking down and if it's the left button, right? So we don't want to just check for the right button. We don't want to check for the middle button. If you look up this input map on Godot documents, it'll pop up all the indexes. So there's middle button, middle up, middle down, wheel down, et cetera, et cetera. So we're going to check specifically if it's left down. So if we're clicking on our left button, this side, I guess, for the camera. If you want to change that and do button right, that's up to you. But this is what I'm doing. So, all right, next thing we're going to do is we're going to have, no, we're not going to do that. Okay, so no variable. Now we're going to check for the position. So here's the fun part that comes into play. So we're going to take the event.position and check if it is, we're going to do that outside, if it is smaller than our click radius. And so what this is doing is, here, let's print it out. So event.position. So let's go into play. Let's play. And as you can see, it prints our position. So the position is always going to be the same no matter the button I click on. But what this is checking for essentially is, am I actually inside of a button, or am I clicking on side of a slot right now? Am I clicking on a slot, right? And this is checking because if it doesn't, it kind of errors. But let's continue. So now inside of this, we're going to have two things happening. One is going to be checking if we're dragging, and one is going to be checking if we are not dragging. So we're going to say if not dragging and event.rest. No, sorry. The released is actually going to be after. So it's going to be outside that. It's going to be right here. So if not dragging and event pressed. So if we are not dragging something and we pressed onto the slot, now we're going to take that item. So to take it, we're going to do slot container dot get child extra argument as item. That's it. I'm going to assume it's the same, as item equals true. So we're going to see if that specific slot.getChild has that item. So this is why we pass through the extra argument, because we want to know which button we're clicking on, right? All right. And now, if that slot has an item, we're going to take it. We're going to put it into our mouse, essentially. So I'm going to say dragging equals true. I'm going to do position clicked. Let me double check something. Yeah, position clicked. We're going to edit the click. Ooh, what is happening here? Unassigned. So I'll continue bucket child. Ooh, equal. That's why. There we go. Position clicked is equal to slot container dot get child extra argument for now. Oops. Extra argument dot rectangle position dot x. I think I spelled that wrong. I'm just going to copy paste it. Position. And then after that, we're going to now fill our button info. So our dictionary, we're going to fill it with, we're going to fill the name. So we're going to have the name. And then we're also going to have, I'm just going to copy paste this. We're also going to edit the count. And so we're going to say it's equal to the, I'm just going to copy paste at this point. So container dot item name and then dot count. Nope, item count. So make sure that you have these two right. And to check is you go into your slot, go here, and we have item count, item name, and that is it. Has item is another thing. The item icon. So the reason why we did this is because I'm not sure why, but I had a hard time saving the item icon and reloading it. So that's the way I got around it. I'm not sure if you can figure out how to load that in your dictionary and then reload it, but you can try to figure that out. But that's the reasoning why I ended up doing this. So let's go back to our inventory. Another thing we want to do is once we are dragging something, not only do we fill the information of our dictionary, we also want to take it out of the button, right? So now we're going to do, I'm going to copy paste again, slot container dot get child. Do item count is equal to 0. So we're going to empty it essentially. We're going to do item name equals nothing. We're also going to do the has item equals false. This is the most important part. You could honestly skip all this, but I'm just going to make it false. And this is the important part, sorry. You can skip these 2 lines. Obviously, I don't want to, because I don't know, it's just good practice, but this is the most important part. We're going to basically say that this slot no longer has an item, right? Okay, now after we've pressed, that means we've released, right? So now we want to check if we released. To do that is going to be, sorry, it's going to be right here. It's going to be after, check. Yeah, it's going to be right here on this side. So if dragging and not event pressed, I'm not sure if there's a release. It won't tell me, but either way, this works. So now we're essentially checking if we've released it. So if it has released, we're going to say dragging equal false. And slot container dot get child dot get node item. And this is basically referring to the, in our slot, we have the item. This is the item sprite. So we're going to get that item, and we're going to get it to be rectangle position equal to vector to 20 and 20. So all this is doing is going to reset. So essentially what I'm doing here in this line is if I drag something out of its slot and I do not put it into another slot, it's going to basically drag it back to that original position, right? So that's the vector 2020. Yeah, okay, next. Let me just check my reference here real quick. Okay, next thing we're going to do is in our, what we'll do actually is we'll take this BG and we'll actually put it to the bottom. We're going to reset the sprite, and I'm going to put the icon instead, this icon. And I'm going to also make sure the scale is 1:1. I'm going to drag it off the screen. So what this is going to be is it's going to be the sprite that shows under our mouse. The reason why we can't take this sprite inside the slot is because that slot is inside of each slot, right? Or that sprite is inside of each slot. So if I were to drag this one, it would show under this slot. So the visibility is a problem. So the way I fix that is to basically just take a separate sprite and set this sprite equal to the texture. So in here, what we'll do is if we've let go, we're going to take that sprite. I'm going to actually rename it to sprite. And we're just going to hide it. So we no longer need to see it because we're not dragging. Here, let's write this piece of code here. So this is to see if we're dragging. Let's see what happens while we're dragging. This is to see what happens once I click, right? So we've mouse button, left click, right? Now we want to see what's happening if I'm moving my mouse, right? So if event is input mouse, no, not mouse, yeah, mouse motion, and dragging, then what we're going to do is we're going to get node sprite dot show. And then we're also going to set that texture. So we're going to do dot get node sprite. We do texture equals to the slot container. We'll copy paste this one. So the slot container dot get child at the extra argument dot get node dot texture. Right. Let me double check that's right. Yep, that's right. And then we're also going to do get node sprite dot position equals get global mouse position. And I think if we try playing it, this should kind of work. Yeah. So if we drag, we now have our mouse. It follows along. Obviously, when we let go, there's still issues. So what is this? What is going on? That shouldn't have errored. Let me see. What did I do wrong there? It's dot position, not rectangle position, because that's a sprite. All right, let's try one more time. Okay, so I can drag it out and it disappears. So I drag it and it disappears because we haven't coded that part yet. All right, let's continue. I'm going to put this down a little bit. In our dragging, so if we're dragging and we let go, so this is to check if we've released. So I'm going to say stop dragging if the button is released. And then down here, we will, now we're going to loop through our buttons and check which one we're going to drop it in, essentially. So we're going to do for loop I in range, no, not range, sorry, slot buttons dot size. So those are all the buttons we have. And then we're going to do if get global mouse position. Okay, so this is using the same logic from the time. Where is it? Let's go to our world. Go to UI, no, world. So we're going to use the same logic that we're using here. So we're going to check if our mouse position is in between 2 points, and those 2 points that we're going to be checking on. So if let's go back to our inventory. Those 2 points I'm checking. So what I'm I'll just Control X for now. Get rid of that code. So what I'm checking for is I can now drag our sprite, and now what I want to check for is when I let go, is my mouse in between these 2 points? So the points I'm talking about is right here. So this point and this point, or is between this point and this point. So we're gonna essentially draw out a box in between each slot, and we're gonna check if our position is inside that box. Okay. So this line of code took me a while to get. So we're going to, I'm not going to rewrite it. I'm just going to copy paste it. For loop. So if the global mouse position is bigger than or equal to the, I'm going to copy this, the rectangle position plus the vector 2, 120, 72, and then right after that, we're going to do and. I'm going to actually copy this, copy paste it, and then right here, we're going to do if it's smaller than, and then the vector, we're going to change it to 158, and 110. Okay, so this is, I have played around with this a little bit, and I'll explain how you can do this in your own. So, okay, so for the vector, the first vector that we're adding, the 120, 172, is the slot container. So if you go here, you'll see it right there. And the vector 2, this one that we're adding to see if it's in between another one, is going to be the position of the slot, so the far right corner of the slot. So I think it's actually 40 plus, right? Yeah, you can actually do 40 plus. So if you do 60 and 20, I think, right? 72, let's see, 72 plus 40, that's 10. Okay, 111, there you go. So that's how big each slot is, right? So each slot is 40 by 40, and this slot in our inventory. So this piece of code is essentially checking is if our mouse is in between those two, in between that slot section, right? So here's the bottom side and here's the top side. So it's going to check if it's in between those 2 points. This took me a lot of playing around to actually get right. I don't know why. I'm just like small brain, but yeah, that's it. So next thing we're going to do is we're going to get that slot and we're going to fill it. We're going to fill it with the information that we have. So I'm going to take this guy, and instead of extra argument, we're going to do get I, and then we'll say has item equals true. So the reason why we had to do this, by the way, and not just ask for the extra argument is because, like, the reason this is so complicated is because every time I go into one button, as soon as I click down, I can no longer use my mouse to check for something because my input is checking for the dragging at the moment, right? So it's checking for dragging. However, if I entered this, like as you can see, we have the information, right? Our slots have a function that says mouse entered and show this if the mouse entered it, right? And it's not working for this because I'm currently checking if I'm dragging. I can't do two things at once. Like my mouse cannot do two things at once. So the reason why we had to essentially draw a box for each slot is because we cannot check for that with our mouse because we are currently dragging something. So now if I drop, nothing happens because I need to actually fill it out. So let's fill out the information. We also have item name, and then we also have item count. And we're just going to fill it out with the information from our button info. So here's the item name and here's the button info. So now if I play, ooh, interesting. What am I doing wrong? Let's see. What have I forgotten? Let me check if all the positions are right. 120. Node should only be 1, right? Slot container should be 1. Let me check our slot. Our slot should be 1. Okay, that should be no problem. So our slot shouldn't have a problem. Let me double check the code in here to make sure I didn't miss anything. So we have the match. Ooh, let's take this and put it before we set the texture. That would make a bit more sense. Yeah. Okay, that's why, I think. Let's try one more time. Okay, I don't think that was why. But I think that was a bug, so that would have been a problem. Let's go back to our inventory. Let's see if I missed anything. Radius. Whoop. Okay, the dragging is working. Okay, let's debug this together. So in our inventory at the moment, we can drag, but we can't drop. So the dragging is right. So this is all right. Let's see if it's printing. Let's print out our button info. Let's see if that's filling it out at least properly. Okay, it is. So we have tomato count. Ooh, oh, what happened there? Okay, so it's filling all of them now. Let's see. Ooh, I see why. We're doing get extra argument, not I. Okay, so it has to be I. Here we go. That's why. Let's go here. Okay, so that's our bug or problem. So in our stock container.getChild, we're getting I, not the extra argument. That's why. And now let's try. And boom, it works. Now we can drag and drop into any of our inventories. All right, I'm almost sure this won't work. However, let's test it together. So if I were to duplicate this and edit this to make it 6, so I've added a new slot that is on the second row. And I'm almost sure that this won't work because the way I set it up didn't allow it to be. Yeah. So this will only work if you have one line of rows. So essentially, you could do this for the slot container on the bottom as well. So you can drag and drop things in there. But yeah, keep in mind, this won't allow for multiple on the bottom. If you want to change that, you're going to have to edit this line right here, because this line is essentially checking if there's anything here and under, right? So that's why if I were to drag and drop it, okay, I have to delete that slot. So if I were to drag and drop outside the slot, okay, I don't know why it deleted it. Interesting. That shouldn't be right. Should be bringing it back right here. Let me just copy paste this line. Let's see what I'm doing wrong. Okay, it was the exact same. I'm not sure why that didn't work. Okay, I'm not sure why it's not dragging it back to it. Oh, there we go. Yeah, okay. I think, yeah, okay. I didn't even realize that. There's another bug. All right, so if you drag it outside your inventory, I guess it gets deleted. This could be like a Minecraft thing, I guess. You could make it so that it drops onto the floor. But if you drag it right under the slot, so right here, so the square that we've drawn is actually a square that's checking all the way down here. So anywhere under or below it, right? That's why if I drag it out, one, it won't work. Two, that's why the several slots won't work. So you're going to have to edit this line of code to essentially draw out a actual square for our slot. But I'm not going to do that. I'm really tired. This is good enough. The logic is behind it. So if you want to continue this in your own game and you want to add more slots, that's how you do it. You would have to make an actual box for it. I would encourage you to figure it out on your own because there's no other way to learn. That frustration and hours of anguish is how you learn. So go for it. But that is it. That was a very long episode. It's 30 minutes. That was basically to make a drag and drop for our inventory. And it works. Obviously, there are a few things. There's one where I can drag and drop on top of something that already exists. We can try to fix that right now, actually. Let's see. Let's try to go here. What we can do is we can check for if the child dot has item equals false, then we'll put it in. Let's see if that works. Okay, well, there's nothing else, so I have to. Okay, yeah, so it kind of works. Obviously, it gets deleted, but now it doesn't replace the item that's in there. So you can play around with it, but the logic behind the inventory and the drag and drop is there. Hopefully, you learned something. There was a bit less explanation in this episode because I don't know, this entire block of code just took me hours to figure out. So yeah, it took my entire morning pretty much. It is now 3 and I've been working on this since like 10. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed the episode. I'm pretty much ranting at this point, so I'm going to end the recording. And I'm not sure if there will be any other episodes for this series. There might be one more, and that will be the final episode. But if there are any requests before I end the series, put in the comments down below, and I will try to get to it. What else? Yeah, subscribe, comment, like, share, etc. And I will see you next time. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone. This is going to be part 17. This is most likely our final episode. In today's episode, we are going to do scene transition, and we will clean up our main menu a little bit. So the first thing we're going to do is just make a panel. This is going to be our background. It's nothing fancy. So now if we just play, now we have a dark screen. And what we can do is we can also add a label and say, in our panel, I'm going to lock it and put it in the back. Go to our label, drag it in the middle. What I'll do is I'll drag it all the way across, and then I'll just center it. And then I'll just be like, welcome to Farmville. And then, yeah, that's it. There you go. There's our little title. We play, and we can play our game. Obviously, though, there's no scene transition. So in this case, the game runs pretty smoothly. So the moment I click play, it goes to this next scene, and it's very quick. However, sometimes it might be necessary to load a few things. Sometimes in our world here, you can see that we have a bunch of onReady variables. And the more onReady variables that we have, the slower our game becomes and the more it lags, essentially. And it takes more for the like computer or the Android or whatever you're using to process all this stuff before we actually load the world, right? So sometimes it can be advantageous to have a transition where that 1 second it's loading all that stuff, and then after that transition it brings you to the world. So that 1 second doesn't seem like much, but it can be important, and it can make your game feel like more smooth. So let's work on that. So the first thing we're going to do is make a canvas layer. Here we go. That's our scene. And we're going to rename it to Stage Manager. We're going to save it. We'll put it in global, and we'll save the scene. We'll make a script for it, and we'll save that. And next thing we're going to do is we're going to auto load our scene. So here we have auto-loaded our scripts, but now we're going to actually auto-load our scene, which is going to be the stage manager. And add, and now we can see your stage manager. And in our stage manager script, what we're going to do is we're going to not preload, but we're going to have constant main menu equals the main menu. So there we go. And then we'll also have the world, main world. There you go. And then we'll put our world in here. World, here we go. And then what we're going to do is we're going to create a function called stage change stage. And in here, we're just going to pass a few things. So we're going to have, let's see, we'll pass for now. And we're going to actually add our things that we need in our transition. So the first thing we're going to add is a color rect. We're going to cover it, and we're going to make it black. And then we're going to also add an animation layer. And I'm going to rename this to animation or anim. And we're also going to add, let's add loading. Oh, no, not loading. What am I saying? Label. And in here, we'll say loading. And then we'll center it. And I'll put it in the middle, kind of. There we go. And now in our animation, what we're going to do is we're going to go to visibility, modulate, and we are going to go back to animation. We're going to create an animation, and it's going to be called, what do I usually have it called? Let me check. We'll have one called loading. And then we'll also have one called fade in and fade out. All right, and fade out will be modulate here. We're not gonna create a reset track. We're just gonna do that. I'm gonna go to the 1 second mark, and we're going to modulate completely invisible. We're going to modulate that. And then we're also going to take our label. We're gonna go to visibility, modulate here, make it invisible, and then modulate again. Now in fade in, we're gonna do the opposite. So we're gonna go to 0 seconds, and we're just gonna key that. And then go to color rect, modulate, and now we're gonna reset it and fade in, go back to label, reset that, and modulate. All right, so now we have fade in. It'll fade in like this, and then fade out will be from black to invisible. Awesome. For the loading, actually, you don't have to do anything for that. We're not gonna have anything in there. But now we're going to, in our get stage, we're going to get node dot animation or dot anim, and we're going to play fade in, and then we're going to yield. Let me check. Get node animation, and then we're going to get the signal. Oops, insert. Which is going to be animation change. No, not animation change. Finished. There we go. That should be right. All right, so if you don't know what yield does, it's just going to yield our code. It's going to stop the code until we get this signal. Another thing, I think I've used this before in one of the other episodes, where I use create timer. It's the same concept. So we create a timer, and then once we get the signal timeout, that's when we continue. So that's when the yield stops. All right. And then we will simply get tree dot change scene to the stage that we pass through, which is going to be stage path. And in our stage path, we're going to do stage path. And then we're going to do layer equals, nope, that's it. And then we are going to get our animation and play the fade out. All right. Now, in our main menu, what I can do is, instead of doing this, what I can do is delete that and call stage manager dot change stage, and we're going to go to world. Well, I forgot what it's called. Main world. There we go. So in here, we'll pass through main world. I think that's it. No? Okay, one sec. Let me double check. Of course. Okay. It's going to be stage manager dot main world. And that should be right. Awesome. Now we play. I click play, and it crashes. So that means I did something wrong. Let's go back to our stage manager. Okay. I will be right back, and I'm going to figure this out. And yeah. All right. A pretty rookie mistake. Before, these were visible, and it was getting in the way. So what we're going to have to actually do is we're going to also go to visible here. No, what we're going to do actually is we're going to add it here. So we're going to do get node, get node, color rect, show. And then we will take this in the end and then hide it. Actually, we'll get rid of that for now. Let's just test this around a little bit. So what was happening, it was, yeah, this was getting in the way. Let's add our panel again. And we'll do this. We'll play. And I should be able to play now. And then I'm going to add my code again. There we go. And there's our scene transition. Awesome. And now I should be able to still play everything. Awesome. Everything still works. Cool. So now we have a cool scene transition. Awesome. If you have a sound, you can also play that at the same time that you do the fade in. But when you do this, yeah, you have to do the, you have to add this. So make this invisible and then add this piece of code. All right. That is it for this episode. It was pretty short, just 10 minutes or a little over 10 minutes, but I'm not sure if I'm going to continue this series. It was a pretty long series. I am kind of pooped out with this series, so we'll see if I want to continue. We'll see if people have any requests. But I might just start a new series. I want to keep uploading videos, of course. The channel is growing quite a bit, which I'm pretty happy about. I think I might also have a YouTube intro soon, so watch out for that. You can go comment on that. Let me know what you think of it is. It's going to be like a minute long, just to kind of give an intro to the channel. It's just to kind of explain what my goal is, I suppose, and why I'm doing what I'm doing. So that'll be fun to talk about. I'll try to keep it short, about a minute. But yeah, so I'm pretty happy with what we've got. We have a pretty working game. It's pretty nice. I think I've given enough concepts so that you can kind of make your own game, essentially, and you could even have like the seeds in your inventory and drag them, etc. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this series. I really enjoyed it. I had a lot of fun doing this. I for the past 2 weeks, I think, I've been recording every day. I think I've been recording a little over one video a day, so that was a little hard. But I'm excited to kind of see where this channel goes and see it grow. And I would like to kind of build our community a little bit. So if you haven't already, go subscribe, go comment, go like, go share, whatever, all that good stuff. I also do have a Discord that I'm going to try to promote. I also have a Patreon. I don't post anything on it. I don't have any Patreons on it. If I get one, even, I might actually start posting on it recently or soon. I'm not sure what I'll put on there, but if you want to support me money-wise, because I get absolutely $0 from doing this. I've been doing this for about a month straight, or almost a month straight. But yeah, I get zero money from this. Not that I'm doing it specifically for money, but it does help. It's definitely a motivation. Anyways, I will explain a bit more in my intro soon. So I will do that soon. So watch out for that. But yeah, thanks if you guys have followed along through this entire series. Congrats to you. I congratulate you. I really do hope you learned something. This was a very difficult series, I think. I think it's a bit more complex than most other series, and it is a bit more complex than my other series. I actually had a hard time doing some of the things in here. A lot of concepts I used, I kind of grabbed from old games that I used to make, and those games definitely took me a while to do, and I had to grab the concepts of all those and stuff like that. So yeah, I really do hope you guys learned something. I'm just ranting at this point. So if you've clicked off or if you're still here, hi. Anyways, I will see you guys next time. Goodbye. I hope you guys liked this video. If you did, definitely check out my channel down below. Hit that sub button, comment down below, like the video, all that good stuff. And I will see you guys next time. Bye-bye.